We're live, Mayor.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
I would like to call to order the City Council meeting of July 19th, 2022. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. Clerk, will you please call the roll for this meeting?
Councilmember Nixon?
Here.
Councilmember Black?
Here.
Councilmember Curtis?
Here.
Councilmember Falcone?
Try that
You
again.
muted? Councilmember Falcone?
I don't either. Amy?
Councilmember Pascal?
Okay. Can we check that?
Yeah, Amy just texted that they can't hear us. So
All right.
Anna, you working
Hold
on
on.
that?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I can figure out here.
Faith, can you hear us?
Yes,
All right.
Yep.
Oh, you can hear us now?
I can hear that now.
All right. Councilmember Falcone? Are you present? No, she can't hear me again. Councilmember Pascal? Faith, can you hear us? Okay, we're having...
She's busily texting.
Okay, try him now.
Can you hear us now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Councilmember Falcone, are you present?
Here.
Councilmember Pascal?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
here.
Mayor Sweet?
Here. Thank you. Our study session tonight is on a 2022-2023 Transportation Commission proposed work plan and a 2023-2028 preliminary capital improvement plan. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So as you said, we're going to have our first briefing on the Transportation Commission work program. We are not looking for adoption tonight. That will happen at a future meeting, but we are looking for your thoughts and comments. And here to make the presentation is our Transportation Manager, Joel Funt, along with our Transportation Commission Chair, Kurt Ahrensfeld, and Vice Chair, Faith DeVolt.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager. So I'm going to share my screen here. Are you all seeing the presentation now?
We are.
Great. So thank you this evening. I am, as the city manager mentioned, joined by the chair and vice chair of the commission. And then we also have in the audience our other commissioners who have helped develop the 22-23 work plan. They are AJ Antrim, Shri Balmugan, Rafael Fernandez, Brian McGee, Michelle Quinton, and Patrick Vu. And so this evening we'll be going over the quick little agenda here, talking briefly about the powers and duties of the commission, a little bit about how the work plan is laid out, and then the proposed updates to the transportation work plan update. I'm happy to answer any questions during the presentation, and then I'm going to run through the presentation, and then the chair and vice chair will add any thoughts and things that I might have missed or things that they want to add on to what I've presented. So first of all, the section 3.45.040 of the Kirkland Municipal Code establishes the powers and duties of the commission. It lays out a mission for the commission to advise the city on our transportation system related issues. The commission will establish a work plan for the city manager and city council to look at, and then council and commission will meet, and council will adopt a commission work plan. So that's what we're here to talk about this evening. And our current plan is to come back in the first meeting in September with the work plan for council action. So the work plan is arranged by level of involvement with the items laid out on the work plan, and the concept of commission owning items is really the highest level responsibility, where they have the most responsibility around what goes into that item and controlling the outcome. There are items they influence, playing a key role in shaping the outcome. Housekeeping are more important items to just keep the commission running. There are a number of items that they respond and advise upon. These include some, more tangential items, but also we have in here, especially when it comes to regional issues, sometimes things that, or ordinances that come up that the commission is asked to weigh in on that may not be directly on the work plan, but we make space for those. And then finally, we do highlight a few future topics that are items that are not scheduled for the current 2-year work plan, but things that the commission is thinking about and would like to talk about at a future time. So with the proposed 2022-2023 work plan, there were some items that I wanted to highlight that were moved from the previous 2020-2021 work plan. Those were the Safer Routes to School Action Plan item, which was approved by council back in September of 2020. The Sustainability Master Plan was approved by the commission, was reviewed by the commission, as well as the Moss Bay Everest Neighborhood Plan, which have all been passed on and approved by council. One thing that we wanted to highlight is that we are here at council kind of late in the year in 2022, and there was really a function of kind of an ongoing delay related to COVID impacts, where the commission didn't meet for a while. Many of the items listed here that were completed during the first half of 2022 were commission work plan items that were scheduled to be done during the 2020-2021 work plan. And we just didn't quite make it by the end of 2021, but the commission reviewed and forwarded on to the council for action a number of items, including the 128th Corridor Study, the Active Transportation Plan, the Vision Zero Action Plan, the Holmes Point Study, and then also much of the work around the 85th Station Area Plan related to transportation and the Transportation Commission's role in that. And then I did skip over the CKC East Rail Crossing Study, which is something we started at the beginning of 2022 and have actually wrapped that up, including council's approval in May, because of the importance of getting that item moved along and trying to find funding for that important project now that the CKC East Rail links down into the Sammamish Valley. So commission was very busy during the first half of the year. We made a lot of really good progress. So some of the things that we take that staff working with the commission take into consideration when we are looking at adding items to the work plan. Of course, we're looking at city policy documents and guidance. We look to the city council goals. We look to current topic priority, and it's actually something we're fairly conscious about trying to adjust and trying not to have too many top priorities, and recognizing that over time, items actually change in priority depending on what's going on during a current work plan cycle. We look at the commission's workload and how much they're able to take on, and then also city staffing levels. And then To the degree we can manage regional activities, we do that, but in many cases we are reacting to that and dedicating the necessary time to make sure that the commission is playing a role in advising staff and council and the city manager on regional items, which has really been a significant effort over the last few years with the projects on I-405 and the K-Line and the Northeast Side Mobility Project. But we don't see quite as much of that over the next 2 years. So that brings us to some of the things that we've proposed to add to the work plan that I wanted to highlight this evening. So under the we own these category on the proposed work plan, one of the items that is probably the top priority item over the next couple years will be the transportation master plan update. This will be the first update of our original transportation master plan that was approved back in 2015, 2016. And so this will be our first opportunity to reevaluate that and update that in coordination with the comprehensive plan update. So the commission will be playing a significant role in that. When it comes to 85th Street station area implementation, there are a few corridor studies that we're looking at doing over the next few years related to 120th Avenue Northeast, the 85th Street corridor, and then also the 87th, 7th corridor are all ones that we would like to start to consider and look at in more detail as we move more towards implementation. And then as part of the active transportation plan, we will be looking at Lake Washington Boulevard and performing a study of that corridor, and commission will be advising council on some different options related to that for council's consideration. We influence these as part of the Vision Zero safety work plan item. We are going to be looking at updating our speed limit setting policy, and that will be an item that staff will be leading in coordination with the commission. And then the commission will also have a role in the conversation about the transportation benefit district related to safe and active transportation projects. And then also interest by the commission in greenhouse gas monitoring and what role the commission will and transportation play in that in the city of Kirkland. And then finally, I'm going to try to get my light to come back on. There we go. We respond and advise. We added an item around performance measurement, data collection, and data analysis. This was something that was certainly highlighted as part of the Vision Zero and active transportation plan update, is that particularly with our walking and biking and rolling modes that the city is, and the plans reflect this, and commission was very interested in what we can do to really up our game around having a better understanding of how those modes are moving around the city and some of those things. And so we plan to do more work around that. So with that, I will open it up to discussion and invite the chair and vice chair to add any commentary that they wanted to at this point.
Should we start with you, Kurt and Faith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor Arnold and members of the council. I would echo what Joel said about our priorities for the next few years. I'm really interested in seeing how the various elements that are affected by the station area plan are involved with what we want to do with the transportation master plan, and knowing that there's a lot of public interest in that area, and certainly keen interest on safety and mobility. So that's really something I think that we should be focusing on as soon as possible, and also the active transportation plan as well, and just how safety and Mission Zero is monitored through all this process. I'm also interested in how we're starting to see more about discussion about autonomous vehicles, especially like the delivery vehicles, which I've been interested in following up on. And so that's those are areas that I'm really interested and excited about for the coming months and so on. So I pass it on now to Vice Chair Bates-Bohl.
Thanks, Kurt. Yeah, good evening, everyone. I just want to acknowledge that I think the city is doing lots of good work on addressing some of the shortcomings in our transportation system, particularly for folks who don't or can't drive, and that there's more work to do. So I think the active transportation plan update has lots of great intentions in it, and we need to make sure that they are implemented. So I'm looking forward to helping out with that on the Transportation Commission in the coming years. In particular, I'd like to see the Transportation Commission have more opportunity to look at plans from the city and developers earlier in the design phase to ensure that they are consistent with the active transportation plan and the Northeast 85th Street Station Area Plan when that's relevant. And I'm looking forward to working on the Transportation Master Plan update. They're, getting mode split goals established, in a way that's looking at, how can we reduce traffic congestion and reduce greenhouse gas emissions to be consistent with our sustainability action plan. And I just thought, an anecdote that I'd share. I helped host the bike valet at the Ferreton Park celebration last week, which was awesome. I was so impressed with the community turnout there. It was such a beautiful evening. And I heard from lots of people, families that were coming up and coming across the big Kirkland Greenway sign with young children who didn't arrive on their bike, but they were interested in, what were we about? And they were expressing that they would love to bike and walk more around the city, but it just doesn't feel safe. But they are definitely interested in being able to walk and bike to more destinations like schools and parks and shopping. So looking forward to helping the city with improving that. Thank you.
Thank you both. Council discussion. Thank you both actually for your service, for doing the Ferreton Spurs thing. That was really great. And the focus on non-automobile traffic was evident everywhere that you looked. So that was a terrific event, and what a great thing to celebrate. Council discussion of any of the items that we've been talking about. Councilmember Curtis.
I just also want to thank the commission. Joel said it, but we've thrown a lot of things at you over the last year and changed our priorities. And we recognize that you do this because you care deeply about this community and transportation. So just thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good to see you, Faith and Kurt. It's been a while. I really appreciate this update. And Joel, you too. I'm putting together this packet and your work plan. It's a good discussion item, and I appreciated a lot of what I heard. A lot of good work that we've been doing. I think back kind of just over the last 4 or 5 years since I kind of really gotten involved at the council level, and I'm just really appreciative of all the things that we've done. I mean, we've taken on some really considerable transportation projects, programs, plans, policies, and just really proud of all that work. And I know that the commission's been instrumental in moving that forward. But there's always more that can be done, right? And so that's what we're here to talk about. Definitely want to celebrate all the good things that we've done, but there's always more. And I was trying to think of trying to condense it down to kind of one kind of major theme for me. that I'm feeling like, I feel like I heard from you all in your presentation, but I didn't read about it in the packet. So I was glad to hear about it. And it really revolves around safety. And to me, the things that we've done really good around safety are, we've improved our crosswalks. We've added pedestrian bicycle facilities. But when you take a step back, those are things that you're basically increasing the visibility of people crossing the road. You're adding facilities so people can get out of the road. But what we're not, that we have so many more opportunities to address are really about lowering vehicle speeds, because that's the single biggest issue in terms of trying to reduce significant injury-related collisions. So it's about reducing vehicle speeds. Those things don't reduce vehicle speeds. There's many other things that do. And we're in this period, this very interesting time where, there's less enforcement going on. We're seeing higher rates of collisions occur with the most vulnerable users. And so we have to kind of respond to more emphasis on safety. We also have these ambitious mode shift goals, and we can't achieve those without people feeling more safe, right? So I'd really like to see us, and I'm glad we're going to look at speed limit setting policy, but really look at what else we can do. And I think that falls under that Vision Zero and safety topic. I would really like to see that be kind of enhanced and maybe more focus placed on that. I don't have all the answers. I mean, I have ideas that I'd love to talk about, but I'd really look to you all to kind of take that challenge on and really consider more. One of the ideas, though, is I'd really like us to reestablish our traffic calming program that was disbanded in 2010 during the Great Recession. And I think we've lost some things from that. I think that's still a very important program that I'd like to see reestablished to some level. And just to go back to some of the things that Joel said, I think our policies and everything we just adopted in the active transportation plan, the Vision Zero plan, the Safe Routes to School plan, all support exactly this issue. So that's what I'd like to really see, and ask that you consider focusing on that a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, well, thank you so very much, Joel, Faith, and Kurt, for this presentation tonight. Your role is becoming more and more important every day. And as we move forward with things like the stationary planning process, you're going to be very key in helping us make decisions. So with that, I think we will transition to the capital improvement process. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a second of transition here. Oh, great, I see the team chiming in. Okay. So this is the preliminary CIP check-in. We'll be coming back to the council in October. But this is the chance for you to, again, comment on the list we have and what's missing, or any other thoughts you want to share. I'm here to make the presentation as our financial planning manager, George Dugdale, and also our financial planning supervisor, Kevin Pelstring. So George, take it away.
Welcome.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. So as the City Manager said, I'm just going to kind of kick us off. I'm the warm-up act this evening for Kevin's main presentation on the Capital Improvement Program. We have about 20 slides for you this evening, actually 30 slides for you this evening. So we're going to run through them quite quickly. Everything in here was referred to in your packet, but do stop us if there are questions. Next slide. So just a quick look at the agenda. We have some kind of wider look at the CIP, the policy focus, the background, the equity analysis and mapping that we carried out along with Public Works CIP staff and the IT GIS staff as part of this CIP, run through the funding, and then go through the CIP program by area, and then taking a specific look at some of the station area plan projects. Next slide. So on April 4th, Council adopted the CIP prioritization framework, which is shown here on this slide. I won't read the whole thing, but I do want to highlight just a couple of the key themes. The first is that, as you can see, sprinkled in there in a couple of the areas, the integration with the Northeast 85th Street Station Area Plan, which has obviously been a huge policy discussion for council and for staff, and will continue throughout this CIP period and beyond. Also, the kind of nexus and the links with other council strategic plans, so the city work plan, the city council's goals, the police and fire strategic plans. So as much as possible, the CIP prioritization is lined up with all the other excellent long-term planning work that goes on in the city. Next. So similar to the 21-26 CIP process, we have some kind of unique and concerning economic conditions surrounding the planning of this CIP that staff felt necessitated some additional policy direction, which again, council provided on April 4th, around planning for this CIP. So in the case of 21-26, it was the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. In this case, it was high inflation, which began in the middle of last year and has been discussed at other council meetings, has continued and has continued to grow through the last year. So we have two kind of policy directions due to these economic conditions. The first is to potentially defer some projects and reprioritize funding if high inflation continues. And we have some pretty aggressive, I guess you could say, inflation assumptions moving into 2023 before inflation is predicted to taper off in 24 through 28. And then also a focus on completing projects with grant, contractual, or any regulatory requirements. And so this is really focusing our efforts and our funding where we need to finish projects for external funding sources. And with that, I will hand over to Kevin to go into the equity mapping and then the funding sources.
Great. Thank you, George. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. First off, I just want to thank you for reading through the 35 odd page treatise on the CIP that we provided to you. I know it makes for really good reading. So there's a lot of detail, as you can tell in the memo, about each of the topics that we'll discuss tonight. And as George said, we have about 30 slides. So I may move through some of these slides pretty quickly to provide more time for your questions. So please stop me if you have specific questions on any of the slides, or we can wait until the end. So first off, something new that we did this year as part of the CIP development was equity mapping and equity analysis within the prioritization. So following the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging 5-year roadmap, we pulled together measures from census tracts across the east side, did an analysis, pretty basic analysis similar to other types of equity analysis that have been done in regional cities, including Seattle, and built a composite score by census tract from 1 to 5. So you'll see on the next slide, but each census tract got a score, 1 being a score of least concern from an equity perspective, and a 5 being of the highest concern of equity perspective. This is not, the only thing that we use to prioritize projects by any means. It's just one ingredient in the CIP pie that the CIP staff and Rod Steitzer take and use to decide where we should prioritize funding or propose to prioritize funding within the CIP. So this is certainly not the only determining factor, but we're excited about it, and we're excited to work with our new DIB manager, Erica, further on this, and to hopefully make this a more robust tool going forward. And then finally, staff feels that this is not only consistent with council goals and the DIB, but it's also a really strong tool for us in the city when applying for grants, both at the region and the federal level. This is certainly becoming more common to see equity considerations in grants. So having this information at our fingertips will show that Kirkland is a leader in this space and will hopefully make us more competitive for those grants. So this slide, this map here is the kind of draft CIP equity model. So each of the polygons with the scores within them are different census tracts. Some of those are outside of Kirkland city limits, which are denoted in purple. And then all of the CIP projects that were evaluated are in yellow. So you can see all the different locations. So that's where those are. And again, the higher score is of greater equity concern and a lower score is of lower equity concern. Moving on to funding sources. So this is probably a familiar table to you all. There's 2 slides, so it doesn't just fit on one page here. But this is showing all of the funding that's been programmed in the 6-year 23-28 CIP. Most of this is pretty standard and follows previous CIPs. The biggest changes that I want to highlight, one is that the REIT allocations for both parks and public works have increased pretty substantially from previous CIPs. And the big driver from that is that, as we discussed at the council retreat, staff has increased the REIT forecast from a combined $4.5 million a year budget to combined $11 million a year budget. And that's a reflection of a deeper analysis on recent and expected REIT collections and the trends around residential sales, and which staff consider less elastic to economic downturns than some of the larger commercial purchases. So we did a deeper analysis and decided that 11 million, and believe that 11 million is a more realistic forecast that will allow for a lot more ongoing funding to be put into these programs and really, meet the speed of growth within the city, but also isn't overly optimistic. You'll also notice that related to that, we have 1.1 million that's been set aside from REIT 2 reserves for permanent supportive housing. We'll talk a little bit about that again in another slide, but that was made possible because of recent state legislation that allows cities to use REIT funding on affordable housing and similar projects through 2025. So that's why it's showing up through those 3 years in the CIP. Finally, aside from the facility sinking fund, which I'll discuss further in another slide, all of the sinking funds have been updated to reflect cost inflation and to consider or ensure that they are positive throughout the 6-year CIP timeframe. So here's the second half of that table. The things to note here is the funded through SAP mechanism, so SAP Station Area Plan, which are probably familiar. This is something that we added in to the CIP. You'll see it twice. There's one section that says developer provided and one section that's under the transportation funding. So this is trying to reflect some of the ongoing planning, both at the council level, staff level, and some of the discussions and forecasting around potential future development within the station area plan. So we wanted to plug in all of those projects that showed up in the fiscal benefits analysis that was done in the fall, and note that there's still some uncertainty on some of the exact funding mechanisms for each of these, but that we expect that to become more clear throughout the year and throughout the next couple of years. So anything that's noted as funded through SAP mechanisms may include revenue from developers, tax increment finance, or potentially grants. And then finally on here, I wanted to highlight that the utility rates and revenues are based on the previous utility rate models, which are currently being updated by the consultants, and council will be receiving staff briefings in August and September on those new models, and then we'll update the CIP for those utilities at the October 4th study session to reflect council's feedback on those. So those are likely to change somewhat. Finally, on the REIT, this is just a graph that kind of shows you some of the the historical trends that we've seen on REIT, and this is what we're forecasting with that $11 million combined per year going forward. As part of the REIT forecast, we've also developed a REIT cash flow for the next 6 years, which includes set-asides for maintenance as allowed on capital projects as allowed by the state legislation, and also assumes that $1.1 million in REIT 2 for affordable housing between 2023 and 2025. And again, there's a lot more detail in the memo that speaks to that analysis and some of the other programmed uses for REIT. Next, I wanted to just briefly touch on the transportation benefit district and the potential or proposed vehicle license fee. As part of this CIP, there is this programmed $21 million titled Safer Route to School and Action Transportation Plan, Active Transportation Plan Implementation. That is a placeholder for potential issuance of debt backed by a TBD vehicle license fee, which is still in front of council. It also includes a few of these other revenues that were earmarked as potentially, contributing to the transportation benefit district package of projects to fund. The neighborhood safety program was not intended to be eliminated. You'll see just $25,000 for that program in 2023. We will rework the TBD funding and maintain an ongoing neighborhood safety program funding that we'll bring back at the October 4th session. So that's what you'll notice that is on this list, but something that staff will be looking at and reevaluating.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Kevin. I wanted to I thought this would be a good time to kind of just hit on that a little bit more, because I raised that question around the neighborhood safety program, because looking at this table that you have on screen, the street levy pedestrian safety funding at 900,000 there, that first line, that's historically been, my understanding is that funding has been the funding that's been used to essentially fund the neighborhood safety program. And so I wanted to make sure that was highlighted and that we have a discussion about that, and if that, I think is just really, for me, I'll just say that I'm very protective of that program and want to see it continue to live on. And for it to be successful and for it to live, it really does need a dedicated funding source. And that's what I liked about that street levy pedestrian safety funding, was that it was a dedicated source, so we weren't always having to kind of find the money every time the CIP was updated, and so it was always on the chopping block. I'd rather it be a dedicated source like that. And so would love to kind of see the ideas you come up with, but I really want a dedicated funding source going forward that funds that neighborhood safety program. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just add that in addition to the street levy pedestrian safety, which in previous CIPs has been used for that neighborhood safety program, there was ongoing funding from the Walkable Kirkland program, which ended in 2020. And I believe council used some 200,000 of one-time school zone safety camera revenue in 2021 to continue to support that program. So we'll definitely look at all available options and bring that back at the October 4th study session. Great. All right, moving on. So now we'll go through each of the different program areas. So starting with transportation. So we did draft quick maps based on the initially proposed funded projects within the 6-year CIP timeframe, and we'll work on these and continue to develop them for the October 4th session, so they'll look even slicker. But here is all the different projects that are funded on the transportation side within the next 6 years in this funded CIP. So going through some of the guidelines that staff used to prioritize and fund each of these projects in the next 6 years is, first, we wanted to take into account this historic inflation, really focusing on the next several years and making sure that we had realistic estimates for what it's going to cost to produce these or to deliver these projects, and really focused on the delivery of these, as Rod calls them sometimes, the 5-star projects. So that includes 100th Ave, 124th Ave, Juanita Drive, and the I-405 investments, the Sound Transit investments on Northeast 85th Street, as well as the 108th Avenue Northeast transit queue jumps. And then also integrating the Transportation Master Plan, the Northeast 85th Station Area Plan, and the Safer Route to School action plans into those funding priorities. The total funded program increased by 61 million between 2023 and 2026, and we added an additional 39.8 million in 27 and 28. And it does include, that total includes 16.8 million of developer delivered projects as part of the Northeast 85th Station Area Plan, which is a city estimate, and those costs may vary, but those are our current understandings of those projects at this time. And on the selection criteria, was really focused on some of those priorities that council laid out in that resolution. One was finishing projects in the 21-22 work plan based on council direction. And then some of the city manager's priorities, really finishing the 5-star projects, preparing, prioritizing for TBD funding, and being prepared for potential funding for the active transportation plan and or safer routes to school projects. And then also funding priority projects for the Northeast 85th Station Area Plan. So this includes, at the transportation master plan level and all these different other master plans that feed into this kind of universe of projects that could be funded by could be funded by the CIP. Rod Steitzer and his team takes those from all the different public works programs and uses a project screening and scoring process, which includes that equity criterion that I mentioned earlier, as well as a number of other business criteria that that parallel the council priorities. So that's where we kind of get that final proposed list of projects. And then finally, on specific funding needs in some of these specific projects, the 124th Ave Northeast roadway improvements, we increased funding by that by 2.25 million in 2023, 1.6 million of that coming in from impact fees, and the rest coming from REIT 1 and 2 to reflect what staff expects to be a increasing cost from inflation. The 108th Ave Northeast Transit queue jumps, phase 1 and 2. So that's a complicated web of different grants and local funding, but we are receiving 1.5 million from PSRC design grant and a regional mobility grant of 1 million in 22. And we added some of that budget authority in 2022 to start the design. This also includes an additional REIT funding request of 548,000 above what was previously funded with anticipated inflation. And there's 2 other grants from PSRC that we're waiting, or that staff will be applying for, and we'll have a decision, I believe, on one of them for the right-of-way grant this summer, and another in 2024.
Kevin, can you pause there for just a second?
Yes, of course.
Deputy Mayor has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kevin. A question on the queue jumps to follow up. I serve on the PSRC Transportation Policy Board representing Sound Cities, and occasionally new money comes up as new funding is available or funds are returned or projects come in behind schedule or come in under budget. And this past week, the queue jump property acquisition came up as being top of the contingency list for funding, and there was some funding available, but it was determined as not eligible for this contingency funding. So I'm wondering if we could have some follow-up and understand why, because the money, this contingency money is out there. We're top of the priority list. I'm not sure on the details on why we didn't qualify.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. We'll definitely look into it and return with an answer.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just had a couple of questions before we switch off the transportation topic. Two things, and these are maybe kind of information that would be good to get back at some point. But one, I'd be interested in understanding kind of an update on the timing of those major projects. I know that that's kind of been in flux. 100th, Juanita Drive, 124th Avenue. Just kind of where are we on those projects? What's the anticipated construction, things like that? I'd be interested in knowing. We get a lot of questions about those, so it's nice to stay on top. And then the second question is, part of the capital program some of the funds, particularly from the street levy, go towards our pavement management and yearly overlays for our arterials and collectors across the city. And I haven't seen any updated information in a while on that, but how are we doing? Are we keeping up with our condition index? Are we falling behind because of the increased costs in asphalt? I don't know if it's just me. I've been seeing a lot more. Maybe it's because I'm biking more, but I've been seeing a lot more distressed pavement and potholes than I normally remember. So just love to get some more updates on that and whether or not this capital program is keeping up with our maintenance. Thank you.
Yeah. We do have Rod and Joel here. I'm not sure if you have any immediate thoughts on that, or we can bring something back at the next study session.
Just to speak to the timing of some of the major projects, such as 100th, we are actively redesigning the project. We have defederalized the project, and we are actively redesigning and reacquiring the right-of-way. We expect to be advertising for construction bids later this year, ahead of the December approval of the CIP. 124th Avenue roadway, again, pursuing right-of-way acquisition at this time and finishing off the design. We intend to advertise for construction bids again later this year. And Juanita Drive, we're continuing to do the acquisition elements of that, as well as continuing the design. We're not quite as far along on the design of Juanita Drive, but am looking for a 2023 construction start on that.
Great, thank you, Rod.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. And just to finish off some of these updates, like Rod said, we have used that $3 million in federal contingency funding for 100th. Juanita Drive, we've moved back the timing of some of that funding and increased it by just over $1 million over 23 and 24. The Sound Transit project costs have increased by $3.5 million in this above the previous adopted CIP update. And on the Northeast 124th Slater Ave crossing projects, that was something that Council had brought up at the May 17th meeting and requested that staff accelerate those two related capital projects to address the pedestrian and bicycle safety. We looked into that, and staff determined that because these two projects are not in the current 21-35 Transportation Capital Facilities Plan, they're not yet eligible for refunding. So we will be, we've moved that funding up, but it'll start in 2023. So you'll see the full funding for that project starting in 23. Moving on to parks. So within the parks CIP, you'll notice that there is a proposal that we reallocate funding in order to meet the top guideline, which is completing the current projects. So this was, a difficult set of trade-offs for parks to make, and ends up removing funding for the trail master plan and delaying funding for the ADA compliance upgrades and the off-leash dog areas until 2026. So it defers the new dog parks to fully fund the restroom renovations at Everest Park and Houghton Beach Park. And then in addition to that, it does position the program for the potential ballot measure. It doesn't include any of the potential revenues from the ballot measure. Notably, those are not included in the funding yet, but you'll see that there is a number of new projects added to the unfunded list, some of which came from the station area plan process and the PROS plan process. So you'll see further discussion of that as staff and council explore the potential ballot measure. Other highlights on the park side. So there are no new funded parks projects in the preliminary 23-28 CIP. The total funded program increased by just over $2 million compared to the 21-26 CIP, largely due to that increase in REIT availability for parks projects. And then again, that total unfunded program increased by a cool $155 million. That includes those projects related to the station area plan and the parks ballot measure. And some of the quick highlights on that is that the Green Loop Master Plan acquisitions and easement has been the remaining $1.8 million and funding for that has been allocated across 23-26. They've spent $600,000 on the purchase of 2 properties. The park restroom additions, again, fully funded. The restroom renovations at Everest Park and Houghton Beach Park. The ADA compliance upgrades. So there's a total increase of 1.3 million within 23-28 to address the ADA transition plan barriers. There's currently $4.2 million in needed repairs, so that is currently not yet fully funded. And then the neighborhood parkland acquisition, we've added just under $2 million to offset inflation between 23 and 26, and added an additional 1.25 million in 27 and 28 for that project. And then finally, as I said, the off-leash dog areas funding for 24 and 25 has been moved to 27, 28 to prioritize the restroom delivery.
Kevin, we got a question from Councilmember Curtis, or comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kevin. And it's more comments than questions. So we're reviewing the park CIP on the heels of the PROS plan, where the community has said, we love our parks, we need more parks. And all through the station area plan, we talked about how to create more park space through activating Forbes Lake, linear parks, and so forth. So, and I was on the park board and I've watched some of these projects, dog parks, slip continually since 2015. So really my question is, what can we do to fund more park projects? And is that primarily a funding issue? Is it partly a staff issue? But I would like to see more prioritization of these park projects and move into the forefront. We have a very long list of park projects. I see that we've done a good job of capturing potential park projects that could be funded by the ballot measure, which is all good. But I sort of look at park projects. We should do park project concurrency similar to what we do traffic concurrency. We're a growing city. We need to anticipate and build for and a continued expansion of our parks program. So I'm just sort of throwing it back to you guys to see what you can come back down the road with some other opportunities to build parks, and how do we make that happen? And I want to talk specifically on some of the reprioritization. I know why we are reprioritizing restrooms. It was very clear from PROS plan feedback that restrooms are very important to our community. I want to make sure that when we're figuring out these restrooms, and it was just 2 you mentioned, but I assume that we're anticipating other restrooms, are we being as creative and economical as we can? I thought the Google restroom on the Fenton Spur Park was very interesting. I've seen portable restrooms that are self-contained that look like houses. I mean, little, mini houses, not like porta potties. So I just want to make sure that we're creative on this restroom funding. We're going to do a proclamation later tonight about ADA compliance, or ADA, a proclamation about ADA, but we're moving our compliance 2 or 3 years back. And to me, that's an equity issue, and I'm not sure why we made that choice. And I'd like to learn more about that choice. I'm disappointed that I'm creating lots of problems. I don't have a solution statement. That's for you guys. I'm disappointed in the wayfinding and the park signage program being delayed. And one reason in particular is, as we've talked about our land acknowledgement, I feel that it's very important that land acknowledgement is included in our park spaces. And I also saw that wayfinding is a way to create some historical placemaking so that we could acknowledge the indigenous history of our city. And the last thing is, I'm going to go through 2 or 3 dogs before we finally have more dog parks, which makes me very sad. But one of the things that we did last year that I think was hugely successful were these pop-up dog parks. It helps alleviate the pressure and the demand for dog parks. We've got 2 of them set up this year. I noticed that Heritage Park has not been set up, and I think we need to do that. And I think we need to look at other opportunities for that. So thank you. And I have some global comments, but I'll save those for the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just apologize to my colleagues. I don't know why I'm talking so much tonight. I guess I'm making up for being gone so many meetings. Or maybe it's just because I'm really interested in this stuff. On the parks, I guess I am in strong agreement with Councilmember Curtis. And I might phrase it a little bit differently. Is I think that we're doing a lot of good work. And we have a lot of good projects in the CIP. To me, it's really about the timing, and certainly understand the constraints we're under and that the importance of devoting resources to this parks levy. But it's obvious it's coming at the expense of pushing off some really important projects that have been in the planning stages for some time. And my understanding is that it's a staff bandwidth, that it's not necessarily all funding. It's all capital funding, let's say. That it's a staff bandwidth. And I guess what I'm thinking about is we're a growing city. I'm hopeful that the public is going to support more investment in our parks. Even without that, we have the 85th Street plan. We have all these needs. We have just a lot kind of going for us. And I'd really like to explore ways in which we start building our bandwidth now, rather than 2 years from now or 4 years from now, that we start building our bandwidth now and try to make a dent on some of this timing in terms of when these projects are programmed. These by themselves are some of the single greatest things that people will talk about that will impact people's lives. And I just don't want to wait too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Great comments. I got to echo the dog park thing. I was elected in 2010. That was a major issue then. You have a dog park. It's utilized like crazy. And I mean, the very least we can do is maintain the temporary pop-ups that we have now. But, you know, too often, unfortunately, parks gets prioritized in a less urgent fashion than so many other things that we have to deal with. And I'll leave it as Councilmember Curtis and Pascal have to you guys to noodle your way through. But somehow I think we have to figure out a way, and I know we're counting on, you know, a ballot initiative this year, but we can't always do that. So somehow in the echelon of things, I remember in 2008 when the recession hit, the first thing to get hit was parks and public works. And quite frankly, they're just no longer expendable, not for a city like Kirkland. So let's put our heads together and figure out some alternatives in some ways to get some of these projects actually completed. With that, Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, Council. We'll look into that and come back with some more specific responses. I'm not sure. We do have our Parks and Community Services Director, Lynn Swagstra, on the line. I'm not sure if you have any immediate responses or comments.
Sure, I really appreciate all of the feedback from City Council, and absolutely all of these projects are very, very important. It was extremely difficult to have to make that type of prioritization with essentially the guidance of completing CIP projects and also infrastructure. The reason money was allocated to the restroom project, the title is a little misleading there. The title was changed in order to allow continuation of that CIP through potential new restroom additions and renovations. But the two projects that are actually in that line is the replacement of the Houghton restroom and the Everest restroom, both of which are beginning to fail. So we did make the decision to push the money towards those two and get them done. So I don't know if that helps anything, but yes, the off-leash dog parks are also a priority, as is the ADA transition plan. You know, again, balancing those competing priorities. Because the ADA projects were not yet started, we did delay that a little bit longer than the off-leash dog parks, because those have been going on since essentially 2001. But of course, we are very happy to explore other revenue alternatives and anything else council wishes us to explore.
Thank you, Lynn.
I think I would only add, just as a city manager, we will absolutely identify some options for you. And I think finding money for projects will be the least of our challenges. Really finding staff capacity to manage and implement projects continues to be a major concern, not just for parks, but for the transportation projects. And you're going to hear about all the utility projects. So even having even more money for staff alone is also not necessarily a solution right now. It's just really challenging to hire folks who can do this work. So we are, constantly out there trying to bring in new people. So it's, as I think I said to one of the council members, it's not the will, it's the way we're trying to figure out. So as we put our heads together on funding options, we're also going to have to think through, we don't want to put things in the CIP that we can't deliver for you, right? And we want to make sure that the public and the council can see projects finished that in the ways that we expect them to. So, but I think between now and October, we can come up with some options and see how farther we can go. But it's really just about spreading, the project managers across all of these projects, and including, directors and deputy directors' time as well. So there's just a lot to it beyond just the money.
Thank you for that, City Manager. Kevin, is it back to you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Lynn. All right, so moving on to the general government projects, which includes facilities and technology, or IT, information technology. First, in facilities, we have a new facilities manager, and we are planning to do a more comprehensive revamp of the facilities IT CIP before the October 4th study session. So we'll come back with some more details on that. But the one thing I did want to note is that we've added that $1.1 million project to support the health through housing, permanent supportive housing project. So that is the one change on the facilities CIP for now.
If I can maybe just speak a little bit more to that, since that's a project I put in. So this came as sort of a direct result of the feedback that Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez got when he was having his conversations with focus groups about the health through housing project. One of the themes that came up a lot was, can we create community down there, right? This came from some of the feedback, particularly from like Eastside Pathways and others. And they had really good ideas about sort of programmatic ways to do that. And we tried to also think about, could we also do that through sort of a capital set of investments? So how can we, as the city, also step up and, build gardens or, put a meeting space or something down there, or just find a way to turn the parking lot into green space versus, so that we can create a welcoming facility for everybody and not just a housing that's sort of walled off and we hope nothing bad happens, but we can actually really invest to make it a place that the community goes to and the community comes from. So we don't totally have a plan for this, but we had the money and the authority and we had the real estate excise tax. So we've put this in as a placeholder, but we'd be wanting to work with the council and the community on exactly what does this turn into.
Thanks, Kurt. On the other side of the general government, we have the IT projects. So there was a lot of shifting around within the IT CIP as part of this process. The big priorities for that process were making sure that we ensure the viability of the sinking fund and ensure that it had a positive balance over the 6-year CIP, as well as ensuring the cybersecurity of city networks and prioritizing that. First and foremost, so the total funded program increased by $2.3 million. and we added 1.93 million in 27 and 28. We do have some IT staff on hand to answer any specific questions of that in the memo. But if not, I'll keep going through to our other programs.
Go ahead.
All right. Oops. So here's a map of our public safety facilities projects. Just another one of the maps that we'll be including in the preliminary document, CIP document that we'll provide at the October 4th study session. These are all, I believe, the fire stations that have been are funded with the EMS and Fire Prop 1. So further on the IT sinking fund, so this is the cash flow of the sinking fund, and it shows all of the uses and sources over the 6 years. So you can see the general fund contributions each year is 225,000, as well as the utilities contribution is 42,500, and a number of the different projects that are funded out of that sinking fund each year. The specific contributions for each of those projects each year. So the planned uses are down here in this line, and then the final line is the ending balance. So because of the increasing costs from the recent historic inflation and some of the larger expenditures expected over the next 6 years, the sinking fund will require a contribution of around $2 million. So that would be split between the general fund and utilities to maintain that positive sinking fund cash balance. So this cash flow here does include that one-time contribution, and that is something that staff will be incorporating into the 23-24 operating budget. All right, moving on to fire, public safety. So the big priorities and guidelines for the fire CIP is making sure that we have all of the active projects fully funded and that we've updated for 2022 replacement pricing. So that takes into account a lot of the recent inflation. That was a big effort. So really appreciate fire staff's work on that, as well as our own Veronica, our senior financial analyst for public safety, spent a lot of time updating those and making sure that the sinking fund was tight and updated. So this assumes funding transfer of the general fund of $500,000 beginning in 2023, which is an increase of $125,000 approved in 21 from the Fire and EMS Prop 1. The model includes operational equipment and specifically includes portable and mobile radio replacements in the sinking fund with 10-year replacements. So here's the cash flow for that, for the fire sinking fund, and you can see that will be remaining positive over the 6 years. So this is all of the expenditures, and here's the $500,000 annual contribution from the general fund. On the police side, similar to the fire sinking fund, is really focusing on making sure that the sinking fund maintains a positive balance over the 6 years and that all active projects are fully funded. And that sinking fund model includes a transfer from the general fund of $125,000 per year. And the sinking fund model is used in support of procurement and replacement of operational equipment. All right, so moving on to the water and sewer utilities. So the major priorities here, similar to transportation, is focused on completing the existing projects as well as preparing for the impact of growth due to the Northeast Station area planning process. So a lot of those projects were identified in the fiscal benefits analysis that was done in fall of last year. There is additional focus being given to pursuing funding from the bipartisan federal infrastructure bill and identifying different grant opportunities from that. And there will be an upcoming update to the general sewer plan in the next couple of years, I believe, for publishing in 2025. So the current CIP is funded with the utility rates and connection fees based on the utility rate models from the most recent update in the last budget process. So that is something that, again, we're currently updating with the consultants, and we'll have updated CIPs to reflect the new utility rates based on council feedback and over the next two briefings with Public Works staff. You'll also see that it includes $26 million in debt funding for the West of Market Phase 2 project, which is something that we are also looking at as part of the utility rate modeling for the sewer utility, and we'll be coming back with more refined proposals on what that'll look like and the potential timing of that debt funding. So that is a big placeholder in the CIP right now, but we'll have more information on that as that becomes available. So we'll bring that back in October. Also, staff is currently working on, Public Works staff is evaluating the impact of the CIP projects on the operating and maintenance budgets, and coming up with a consistent cost of maintenance model that we can use to demonstrate the ongoing need of the operating budget from certain CIP projects. So that's something that we hope to be able to show off and showcase at the October study session. But some awesome work going in there on the Public Works side. So I really appreciate especially Chris Lynch's leadership and Nancy Outerwald's help on that. I think it's going to be a really awesome way for us to look forward and really understand how our CIP is affecting and interacting with our operating budget.
Excuse me, Kevin. Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kevin. You mentioned, Kevin, both the water sewer master plan coming up in the CIP this fall. I'm wondering, when will council get a chance to talk about seismic hardening of our water system? There have been some previous projects where we elected to spend more money to do some seismic ready upgrades. And wanted to see when we'd be looking at that within the utility.
Yes, it's definitely something that we're looking at. I'm not sure, City Manager, if you have a response on that or whether or not we want to bring that back for the October 4th study session.
Yeah, I think I need to look to Public Works for an update on that. My understanding is that's coming later, but so Julia Rod, feel free to jump in.
Right. If I may, good evening, council. I know Josh, he is proposing a service package to fund the updates on these plans. A big piece of the work that a consultant is helping us with is looking at the water system. It's pretty significant, but there is a plan to look at this from a prioritizing it. So if we can really focus on the backbone of the system, I think we'll get mostly there, but I think you'll see this coming. I do believe we'll also talk a little bit about it at the study session that's devoted to your, I think it's the August 3rd study session where we'll talk about the utility rates as well, but the body of work is yet to come.
Thank you.
Julie, will the rates discussion incorporate options then in terms of?
It's a little soon, Mayor, for that, but I know we are going to bring you all the data and information we have to date. So we're busy working on the model, but it isn't really ready. We need a little bit more time. And certainly, if you can provide the direction to staff that you want to see options, that would be helpful on August 3rd as well.
Great, thank you.
Julie. Yeah, and just to be clear, the general sewer plan, I don't believe that work is going to start until the end of next year. So we won't have many of those results back until 2024 at the earliest, if not 2025. So just wanted to highlight that is going to be happening in the next couple of years, which will help kind of identify some of those priorities that Julie was mentioning. So we do have the map of the funded sewer projects here. You'll see that the really big black area is the west of Market. So that is something that staff is working on currently, is building out the delivery plan for the west of Market phase 1 and 2. And that's in, I believe, pre-design. So we'll have more details on that to come. but that is going to be a large project. So we're looking at a number of different financing plans for that. And here is the list of funded water projects within the next 6-year CIP. All right, so a couple more minutes here. So surface water, the surface water master plan update is ongoing. So the current proposed 23-28 CIP does reflect the current proposed projects that came out of that process, but it's very possible that may change as the plan is finalized. And the projects are grouped into certain utility goals: habitat, flooding, infrastructure, water quality, and then prioritized with the top third highest ranking projects in each goal category designated as a high priority project. And the high priority projects in 2022 dollars is approximately $40 million, which is double the capital project funding allocated for the next 6 years. So there's a lot of need within the surface water utility, and something that is definitely of great focus in the current surface water utility rate modeling. So you'll see that there are some projects, and they're listed in depth in the memo, that have been deprioritized as part of that process and returned to the unfunded list. And then finally, that last part of that process is the work that Rod Steitzer and his team do to prioritize those high priority projects by business need, considering the council policy principles. And here is the map of the funded surface water projects in the 6-year CIP. And then finally, and we'll leave 15 minutes for questions, this is the list of all the current Northeast 85th Station Area Plan capital projects within the funded CIP. So you'll see there's a number of these under developer provided, which again, those are staff's current estimate at what projects will be likely provided by a developer. And the rest are expected to be completed by city staff, though it's likely that we'll have funding from either developers, grants, or tax increment financing. And these are all reflecting scopes that came out of the fiscal analysis that was done in fall of 2022. So these will continue to come to life, and we'll hopefully be able to provide even more detail at the October 4 study session. There are behind this a number of unfunded projects that are added across the utilities and transportation. And I can provide more of a complete breakdown of where those are landing in the unfunded list, but you'll see those on each of the unfunded lists within transportation, water, sewer, surface water, and parks. So these are just the ones that are landing on the funded list, and these numbers are all inflated for the years that they will be delivered. So those may change just based on our inflation estimates. All right, so looking for questions from council. Next steps are the October 4 study session, which I've mentioned many times at this point, as well as, and at that point, we're anticipating to have the preliminary CIP document for council to review, all the mapped projects by program, and then hopefully the draft project sheets to provide to council for your review, as well as that ongoing analysis of the cost of operating and maintenance for the CIP. And then November 1st is the public hearing. And then for the CIP final adoption is scheduled for December 13, along with the budget. So handing it back to you, Mayor, and look forward to any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We still have a lot of work to do, don't we?
Always.
With that, we'll start with Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kevin. And I want to thank Councilmember Pascal for reframing my park project comments in a more positive light. I want to be really clear. I'm incredibly proud of the parks that we have in this community, and we have unveiled some beautiful parks this year. I just want more. So my two additional comments, the equity mapping is the right thing to do. What I would like to have is more transparency on how projects are rated. And I don't know if we should put that rating on the actual map or add that rating to the already very difficult to read funded spreadsheet. But I would like to see the equity rating for each project. And another thing that would be interesting for me, and I do not know if this is realistic, but for example, in the capital improvement for parks, we have sinking fund, impact fees, REIT, King County Park levy. One of the things that would be educational and informative is to include if this project in particular is qualifies for any sort of grant funding. So what other revenue streams would possibly be available? And I recognize that that wouldn't necessarily be a number, but just perhaps an indication that this would qualify for outside funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Kevin, for a great presentation. There was a lot of information to scrunch into a short amount of time, so thank you for making that easily digestible for us. I've saved all my comments until the end here, so I do have just a few. I'll try to be brief. You can hear Rocky has a lot of thoughts about the CIP program as well in the background. Like Councilmember Pascal, I also am, protective of the NSP program as something that I really see the value in many different ways. And so I do agree that it needs to have dedicated ongoing funding identified. I also agree with Councilmember Curtis on the ADA compliance upgrades really need to be prioritized. And as she mentioned, we've heard loud and clear from the community that restrooms are a priority through the PROS plan, public outreach. And personally, to me, restrooms I really see as part of as part of inclusivity. As someone who lives with Crohn's disease, having access to public restrooms can make a night and day difference as to whether I'm homebound or able to go out into the public. And I know there are many others like me who have similar hidden disabilities in the community. So to me, access to restrooms is not just a convenience, it really is an accessibility issue in the same way that I view our other ADA compliance issues that we have. So I appreciate the prioritization of public restrooms in our parks and also want us to prioritize ADA compliance upgrades. I am also very pleased to see the equity mapping in there. I think that's great. I do have some questions here around, if you can speak a little bit more to how you chose the ACS variables that were included and also the category cutoffs and the weights. Were there other variables that you considered but ultimately didn't include in the mapping, such as education, household size, disability status, health insurance coverage, among others? And also with median household income, curious why we chose median household income and aren't necessarily considering in that household size. For example, a single individual making $140,000 is in a quite different situation from a multi-generational household of 7 making the same household income. So I think there's some nuance perhaps that we can capture with the data that are available there. This is something that I am particularly interested in, not only the equity mapping, but I'm also a bit of a data nerd and stats nerd. So I'm very interested in that and really appreciate the ACS data as well. So perhaps we can follow up online or offline on that as well after the meeting. But can you just speak to in the meeting tonight, how those variables were chosen? We're modeling this after perhaps what other jurisdictions have done. If so, that, in my opinion, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good way of doing it just because someone else has done it. But curious kind of where we landed, how we landed on those variables.
Absolutely. So this was something that, like I said, came out of the roadmap. And when we started working on this, we didn't have the DIB manager on board. So something that I'd worked with GIS and Public Works on. I'd worked on a similar equity map at the City of Seattle and Seattle City Light and used some of those as kind of roadmaps, as well as some of the other equity analyses frameworks within government. I think GARE, G-A-R-E, if I'm remembering, is the acronym. And there's a number of other CIPs across the country that use a similar, local governments that use similar type of mapping within their CIPs and as like one piece of the criteria. So, and you're absolutely right. There is so much data out there that to pull from and so much on ACS. And something else that I don't think made it on there was looking at air quality. There's a lot of really great data out of the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency that I pulled. So we, beyond even the data that we showed in that model, we pulled a number of other measures that ultimately just decided based on existing models that the city of Seattle was one of the main models that we modeled the model after, for lack of better words here. But those were, we tried to follow the weighting of an existing model at the city of Seattle just as a starting place, knowing that once we had the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging manager on board, we'd be able to get some more feedback on that and to build it out and become more robust. So this really was the first cut at that. And I think you make some great points about the median household income. I think that's something we should definitely look at and consider whether or not that's the best indicator or measure. Some of the issues that we came across was just around getting the data all at the same level. So that's why you saw it at the census tract. There's some great data that comes in at slightly different census blocks and different geographies. So that was one thing, and definitely relied on a few of those. You'll see there's a social vulnerability. I don't have it up on here, but the social vulnerability ranking, and a few of those are coming from the state Department of Health has a great map on environmental justice. Pull this back up. So a few of those were based on those rankings from the states, which pull in a number of different measures within them as well. So I was hoping that would be a good way to kind of tap into a lot of different measures at once. But yes, I think there's a ton of improvement to be made on this, and I hope to work with you directly and the rest of council to get your feedback on it. And it's something we can definitely keep working on.
Great, thanks, Kevin. Perhaps we can nerd out together later.
Please.
Offline about the data. Thank you.
Sounds great.
Any other discussion? Well, Kevin, I think you've done it. Great presentation.
Thank you.
It was a fairly easy read for a capital improvement budget reading. Anyway, with that, thank you very much, and we will see you along the appointed guideline.
Good. Thank you,
All right.
Mayor. Thank you,
Good to
Council.
go. So that will adjourn us until we return at 7:30 for our regular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
you. We're live, Mayor.
Recording in progress.
We're back in session following a study session on the 2022-2023 Transportation Commission proposed work plan and a 2023-2028 preliminary capital improvement program. We are at item number 4, honors and proclamations. Today we are doing a proclamation for the Americans with Disabilities that Councilmember Falcone is going to help us with. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So we'll be proclaiming July 26, 2022 as Americans with Disability Act Awareness Day in the city of Kirkland. And as you know, this act prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities and helping provide them equality of opportunity, full community participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. And there are many links to both Kirkland actions and other resources on the webpage that the city has and also in the memo itself. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a proclamation of the City of Kirkland recognizing July 26th, 2022 as Americans with Disability Act Awareness Day in the City of Kirkland. Whereas the Americans with Disability Act was passed on July 26, 1990 to ensure the civil rights of people with disabilities and usher in an era of independence, freedom of choice, control of their lives, and fair opportunity without barriers. And whereas by providing equal access to education, employment, entertainment, facilities, and more, the ADA has been crucial in creating policies, practices, and views to foster a more inclusive environment. And whereas numerous organizations work with Kirkland community members to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. And whereas on February 21st, 2017, the City Council adopted Resolution R 5240, declaring Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for all people, and inviting the community to come together to discuss and support the shared values of diversity and inclusion, and identify additional actions that can be taken by the city and the community to help keep Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming city for all people. And whereas, as a public agency, the City of Kirkland is required by federal law to evaluate its policies, programs, and services and identify barriers under the ADA. And whereas in August 2018, the city published a draft ADA transition plan, and city leadership determined that the ADA transition plan presented a great opportunity to expand the city's understanding of a specific segment in our community, people affected by disabilities. And whereas throughout 2019, city staff consulted with key stakeholders in our community, including community members affected by disability and their families, social service organizations, and others, to get input on the ADA transition plan and feedback about other possible actions the city might take to best meet the needs of those affected by disability in Kirkland. And whereas the feedback received from this engagement effort supplements the ongoing commitment in all city departments to be more inclusive and accessible to people with disabilities, which is demonstrated in various recent projects, such as the new playgrounds at Juanita Beach Park and the newly opened Totem Lake Park that are inclusive and accessible to children of all abilities. A relaunch of the city's website to provide better ADA accessibility, including an accessibility for all landing page, expanded disability parking downtown, continued funding for human services organizations providing services to people with disabilities, and the addition of an ADA-specific category on the Our Kirkland platform. And whereas the city reaffirms its commitment to be a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for people with disabilities, and will continue to implement policies and programs supportive of this commitment. Now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, does hereby proclaim July 26, 2022 as Americans with Disability Act Awareness Day, and invites the community to celebrate the 32nd anniversary of this civil rights law and the many contributions of individuals with disabilities to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. That takes us to item 5, communications. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments on either side of each issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those speaking by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order in which they have signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, but we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker, or that you express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome expressing their viewpoints, regardless of content. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are also not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. City Clerk, how many people have we got signed up? And you may proceed to call them up.
Mayor, we have 5 people signed up to speak, beginning with Abigail DeWeese and followed by Beverly Marcus, Catherine Frere, Sharon Cox, and Guillermo Rivera.
Welcome, Ms. DeWeese.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and City Council members. My name is Abby DeWeese, and I'm a land use attorney at the Hillis Clark firm. I'm here representing Google tonight. I'm a stand-in for Ian Goodhue, who wanted to be here with you, but unfortunately came down with COVID, so he's at home recovering. We really wanted to first and foremost, on behalf of Google, thank you, the City Council, the Planning Commission, and all of the city staff who've worked on the development agreement for their hard work getting the development agreement to where it is right now. We believe the development agreement provides certainty for Google, but also will deliver significant public benefits for the community. So we're asking for your support in approving the ordinance tonight. We also wanted to take a moment to respond on the record to the City Council and the public's request for public rooftop access in the project. At Google, the security and safety of employees and visitors is a top priority. To ensure a safe working environment, Google has many security teams that work on securing the premises inside and outside of the building. Their security protocols are informed by experiences across their campuses, including a mass shooting event at their YouTube campus by a disgruntled member of the public. They're also mindful of recent events where rooftop access led to vulnerabilities to the public. So given this, Google does not and cannot provide open access to the rooftop for visitors and the public, but instead, we believe that the site plan and the open space plan in the development agreement do provide generous open spaces that will be available to the public. These spaces will be programmed and designed for community activation. They'll be activated by retail and community-oriented space and designed to be accessible for all. They provide community benefits that go beyond what's required in the form-based code. So again, we thank you for your work to date, and we're really happy to have gotten to this point with the development agreement, and we're really looking forward to see the project move forward. I'm going to stick around in council chambers if you have any questions that come up during your deliberations tonight. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ms. DeWeese.
Our next speaker is Beverly Marcus.
Welcome, Ms. Marcus. I think we can lower that for you.
Thank you. Now I can see
Welcome.
you. Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, council members, my name is Beverly Marcus, and I live in downtown Kirkland. I'm here tonight to urge adoption of Resolution R5550, which supports codifying comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equality in the Washington state and U.S. constitutions, and also supports protections through Washington state and federal regulations. The resolution is comprehensive and really well crafted, tying into Kirkland's repeatedly stated goal of being a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for all people. While I realize that the City Council is juggling so many other priorities and does not have the legislative power to enact changes in either the state or U.S. constitutions, it's still really important to state your position. As a woman, I'm horrified that with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, for the first time ever in my life, my rights are being taken away by an unelected court that has no problem decimating settled law. Next up, we can pretty much guess, is overturning marriage equality, birth control, and beyond that, there are a myriad of possibilities, some of which even I can't imagine, and I have a pretty active imagination. I see Washington State as a firewall against losing our precious rights of privacy and equality. I see Kirkland as a key brick in that wall. When I wake up in the morning full of anger and despair about what's happening in our country, on a national level, it gives me solace that I live in a state and in a city that wants to expand rather than contract individual rights and equality. A state and city that understands that this is the 21st and not the 18th century, no matter how much the Supreme Court or a minority of those who hold oppressive power will it to be. Please adopt Resolution R 5550 tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus.
The next speaker is Catherine Frere, followed by Sharon Cox and Guillermo Rivera.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Catherine, and I am a citizen of the city of Kirkland. What brought me down today is because I wanted to acknowledge my firefighters, brothers and sisters, who have come in to plead for you and plead for your help. They have been asking month after month for your assistance, your intervention. You heard from 3 concerned citizens and 10 firefighters who desperately are seeking a solution. On Saturday, July 16th, Jason Kratz, he wrote, "Y'all don't realize how bad staffing is now. We are now facing brown outings," is what they're called. Cairo 7 on July 6th noted Captain Baker worked 260 hours in 2 weeks. That's working 19 hours in 14 days. 19 hours a day. Mandatory overtime and a staffing crisis. To our city manager. The same article states Joe Stanford agrees that that's too many hours, but he disagrees with the severity of the situation. The last time I checked, you guys were 12 people down. How does Joe face his people, his men and women every day? How are you helping them? And please don't tell us that there isn't a problem. We heard from them.
Ms. Cox, this is the council's business meeting, so please address the council.
What impact do your inactions have to our firefighters, their health, their mental health, their safety? What impact does this have to our community? What are you waiting for? Ari Hoffman of the Post Millennial on the 19th said, Eastside Fire and Rescue employees are to file a $170 million lawsuit. Daniel said, he is the Washington Civil Rights Council. This is happening due to the fact that management cannot or will not make accommodations to those firefighters. The first 3 months of the year, you guys spent $1.2 million in overtime. You've completely blown out your budget. And folks online, if this isn't wasteful, I don't know what is. Lastly, I say enough is enough. People We need to start standing up. The city council does not care what you think.
Thank you for
They think that they can wait you out.
your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sharon Cox, and she is virtual. Followed by Guillermo Rivera, also virtual.
Hi, this is Sharon Cox. Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Cox.
Thank you. I was reading through the proposed development plan that you're going to approve tonight, and it says the Google project is subject to the recently adopted tree code. On sites planned for higher intensity uses, like this site, the tree code focuses tree retention on trees around the periphery of the site. And I would like to point out on the periphery of the Lee Johnson site, there's a stand of evergreen trees on the south end of the property. And there's also large deciduous trees surrounding the property on two other sides. The fourth side is trees on the Wadock property. And I would like to point out that all of these trees that I've mentioned are not the deciduous trees that are already on the City of Kirkland public sidewalks. And so as I am reading the proposed development plan, all of these trees that are on the periphery of the property are going to remain on the property and not cut down by Google. So if I'm reading this incorrectly, I would like someone to let me know now, because otherwise I feel like this is not an accurate statement. That on sites planned for higher density uses, the tree code focuses tree retention on trees around the periphery of the site. So I'm assuming all the trees on the periphery of the Lee Johnson Chev property will not be cut down by Google. That's all I'm going to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Guillermo Rivera, and we also have someone named Marv who also has their hand raised.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. My name is Guillermo Rivera with Insight for All. Insight for All is a racial equity and social justice organization based in the East King County. We bring forward input from communities that are underrepresented on councils and other decision-making bodies, despite their significant number among resident and business owners. It is time to hear from everyone that is part of our communities. I'm here to talk in favor of the ARCH recommendations that you will be reviewing in August 2nd regarding tenant protections. Tenant protections are an important part of our housing justice work to create more housing affordability and stability on the East Side. We work closely with East Side Legal Assistance Program and other nonprofits who support community members from a range of racial and cultural backgrounds. You probably remember on June 7th, you hear from Candida, you probably remember because she was speaking in Spanish, how hard it is to buy houses. She mentioned how so many people need to continue renting for many years to come. And many people have to move out of the city or move in with other families because they receive a very short notice of rent increase, or they cannot pay the deposit to move into a new place. Families want to live where they work, where they go to worship, when their kids go to school, and measures like these ones recommended in the ARCH letter will allow people to continue living in Kirkland. Keep in mind that measures like this will benefit everyone. Every single family, regardless of their income, wants to have more time when the rent increases. These recommendations are common sense and will allow renters in Kirkland to have a fair playing field. They don't increase operation costs and will provide more consistency for tenants for expectations across different landlords. So I ask you to consider and approve the recommendations in your next meeting in August 2nd. And we know that more protections are needed along with actions to make rent more affordable. I appreciate your time and want to thank you for the work that you are considering policies through the equity lens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Our next speaker is Marv. And Marv, if you could share your last name with us, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Marv Heston. I'm a citizen here in Kirkland, and I'm speaking on Resolution R5550. And I guess my objection to this resolution is that I don't see where the city council ran on these issues to be elected. And I don't see where you've performed an open and public survey on this issue. So I believe you're overstepping your bounds by making statements for the citizenry of Kirkland without giving us some opportunity to speak as a group. That's all I have to say. So I hope that you do not pass this resolution because I believe it falls outside the bounds of what we elected you to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Is there anyone else here wishing to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period closed. That takes us to special presentations. We're going to start with a fire department staffing update. Welcome, Chief Sanford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Kurt, did you want to?
Oh, I just a brief introductory remark before. Partially in response to the testimony received at the last council meeting and tonight, we wanted to address the staffing issues, get a status report for the council, and also talk about some of the changes that we're trying to make to reduce the overtime. And we know that for the council, it's critically important for the health of the community and the health and safety of our firefighters. So we are taking a lot of actions today, and the chief is going to describe some of them. We'll talk about some of them later tonight as well. So with that, Chief Sanford.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to share my screen a little bit, if I can. Can you see that? Is it working?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I thought I'd start off with what our staffing level was prior to the ballot measure and prior to the governor's mandate on vaccinations. And so we had 5 fire stations. Fire station 27 was staffed with 2 crews, so we essentially had 6 crews with minimum staffing of 19 firefighters. In January of 2022, we opened brand new fire station 24 in Juanita. We pulled 1 person from the Totem Lake station, station 27, and 1 person from the Finn Hill station, and then hired 5 additional firefighters to fully staff the Juanita station. That also left us with 5 at Totem Lake, which provided a dedicated aid car out there, and it increased our staffing levels from 19 to 20. And then in June, I think it was June 13th, we began a voluntary 12-hour dedicated aid car filled with overtime for 12 hours. These are peak 12 hours where we get the majority of our EMS calls. And those 2 firefighters staffed a 12-hour dedicated aid car down in Houghton. This was done because the fire station down there is being renovated. That also left the dedicated aid car out at 27. When no volunteer staff is available to staff the dedicated aid car at 22, we took one, or if there was just one, so we asked for two, but if only one came up, we would take one or two of the firefighters from Station 27, bring them down for the 12 hours to provide that 12-hour service. So, sorry, some of the pictures are in the way here. This 12-hour dedicated aid car is in operation from 7 to 7. Like I said, if there's no volunteers, we brought one down from 27 to staff those two positions. And then at night, those two would go back to 27 and staff the aid car there. And cross-staffing essentially means that when you get an aid call or a medical call, you take the aid unit and the engine is placed out of service, and vice versa. If you get a fire call, you take the engine and the aid car is placed out of service. What we'd like to ask the council to consider tonight is from a period of time from August of next month to May 2023, is to discontinue the voluntary overtime that the firefighters are trying to fill, and take the two dedicated aid unit personnel from the Totem Lake Station, bring them down for the 12 hours in the daytime, and staff the aid car at Station 22 as a dedicated aid car. And then at night, they would go back to Station 27. And when all the Prop 1 staffing and equipment is done, the end goal is a full 24-hour dedicated aid car for Station 22 in Houghton, a full dedicated aid car for Station 27 in Totem Lake, a fourth firefighter, a minimum staffing firefighter at Station 26 on Rose Hill. And that's what it will look like when we're all said and done. To accomplish that, we just, 2 or 3 days ago, welcomed 6 new firefighters who had graduated from the academy. We have given offers to 10 more firefighters that will start in August of this year with an anticipated graduation date of January 2023. And then we'll have 10 more scheduled for the June 2023 academy, and another 10 in the January 2024 academy. Another way to kind of look at this, I wanted to put it in perspective. If you look at the left-hand side of this graph, it's our staffing levels, assuming we had no ballot measure. So prior to the mandate and prior to the ballot measure, we had 95 authorized by council. This is suppression firefighter EMTs. So we had 95, we had 86 available. So prior to the ballot measure, we had 9 vacancies at that time, back in October. In December, the remaining firefighters who were unvaccinated were separated. Now, some of them had separated in between August and December, so the numbers don't reflect 12, but there were 12 that separated. And then in January, we fully staffed new fire station 24. And so we had 17 vacancies. We graduated 7 from the fire academy, that dropped to 10. The 6 that was hired that graduated and came online a few days ago dropped our pre-ballot measure to 4. And then in January, we're going to hire either 10 or 12 firefighters. That will, if we had no ballot measure and hadn't staffed any enhancements, we would be ahead of the curve by 6 to 8 firefighters. Now, this doesn't, the reason there's 6 to 8 there is because we anticipate retirements and separations. So none of these numbers include retirements or unforeseen separations. So that's prior to the ballot measure. Once we had the ballot measure, then you can see we're adding the 20 firefighters in these steps from January 2022 to January 2023. That increases the number of vacancies by 5. But it also increases doesn't increase the vacancies, it increases the number of firefighters. So as we go through this is the staffing levels we should be at. This should be the levels of firefighters that we have. And at the same period of time, we'll be down 7 to 9 in January of 2023. So what I take from this is, on the one hand over here on the left with no ballot measures, prior to October, we had 9 vacancies. Currently, in July of this year, we have 4. So after the separations of the firefighters, we're essentially have covered that loss had we not enhanced any units. So one way to look at that is our ballot measure enhancements have created these vacancies. And so that's one of the reasons we're coming to council tonight, asking for consideration on discontinuing that voluntary aid car in 22's area to relieve some of the pressure of the overtime that firefighters are working. I hope this makes sense. I know it's a lot of numbers. Are there any questions?
So, yeah, if I could just add sort of 2 things to this. So one of the reasons for the 12-hour aid car addition was when we're renovating Station 22, we have a new temporary station, which is located a little bit more to the north and a little bit more to the east than current Station 22. That station, that temporary station, is still fully staffed, but it has slower response times to the south of the city. So the temporary aid car was an enhanced service to make up for that response time difference, but it was additional service. So what the chief is proposing would take us back to keeping that additional service, but we still have Station 22 as a temporary station there as well. So I just want to focus on why the 12-hour aid car was out there. And I think we acknowledge that it was a little bit ambitious to try to get all of that filled by overtime, and that's one of the causes. It's not the only cause of overtime. It's been a significant cause of the additional overtime, was trying to fill those voluntary 12-hour aid car shifts.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, thanks for coming tonight and for your summary in the packet. I just had a couple comments that I wanted to share with you. First, as a policymaker, I'm always going to default to my fire department leadership for making operational decisions. So I'm going to take the recommendations you give me. So I don't really feel like it's my duty to make an operational decision. So I'm going to go with your recommendation. That's just how I think about it, and how I hope people would understand that you don't want a politician making operational decisions on public safety. At least that's how I feel. I don't know if others feel that way. The thing that I do want to ask for is, and I know I asked for this early on when we knew that we're going to be in a staffing crunch for the next few years, and we talked about this last year, even before the separation with the unvaccinated. But the thing that I was asking for was to continue to track this over time, to really kind of always understand where we are sitting, recognizing there's going to be things that change. You know, there's going to be unexpected retirements. There's going to be firefighters that are on leave because, they've been injured. So there's going to be things that happen over time that I just want to be aware of. And I think I recall the conversation being that you were going to attach something like that spreadsheet you just showed to the fire dashboard that we typically have included in our packet every quarter, just to kind of keep us updated on the staffing side and how we're performing against the ballot measure investments, but also how we're doing from a fire response, number of calls, overtime, all that. So I'd really like to kind of get back to that dashboard, make sure that we continue to make that a priority and include in the council consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the details in the packet and for walking through this in the presentation. One of the items that you mentioned in the packet in detail, but not in the presentation, is some of the monitoring that needs to happen. We've heard some very specific and troubling cases of firefighters that were called on to work strings of overtime. Can you talk a little bit about what was covered in the packet on what you're doing to monitor that and make sure that that doesn't happen in the future?
Sure. We've actually instituted a trigger in our scheduling software that alerts the scheduler, usually a battalion chief, anytime somebody hits 48 hours. And then there's also a 72-hour, they call it an alarm. So they actually have to override that alarm to enter the hours beyond 72. In addition, IT has said that they believe they can have an email sent as well. So we have a couple software solutions that should alert our people when this occurs. And then the other item would be, lost my train of thought. Oh, we had a policy update or a clarification, I should say. There was some misinterpretation of kind of what discretion meant on going past 72 hours. And so that was clarified that 3 things have to be included. 1, it can only be for 6 hours. 2, it has to prevent a station from reduction in service, and 3, it's can't be mandatory. So that clarification, I think, has we've talked to all our battalion chiefs and they understand it. So, but we'll be monitoring it pretty closely.
Great, thank you, Joe. I really appreciate the work that's happened to respond here and come up with some solutions that deal with taking care of the people on staff and getting to a point where we add that enhanced level of service only when we can support it through new hires versus overtime. I think this is going to do the right thing both for our firefighters and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Chief. And I also want to echo, we appreciate that you've addressed the concerns from the community and clarified some of the information that has been out there. I'm an Air Force brat, so I'm taught to follow chain of command, and you are the commander of our fire department. And so I support your recommendations. There's one sentence in the packet that I want to call out here, and it says, all fire departments in King County continue to abide by the recommendations of Seattle County Public Health. And that's very clear that this is not just a Kirkland issue, this is a King County issue. And these have been very complex times, and we have adjusted and done a very good job of protecting our public, and we will continue to protect our public. I assume that we anticipate that there will be no change to King County public health recommendations, especially in the light of increasing COVID rates. So this situation is not going to change anytime soon. So again, thank you for speaking with us tonight.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to add a little bit to what Councilmember Pascal had to say, and Councilmember Curtis. We've had multiple people over the last few weeks come before us and accuse us of inaction, as though we actually had the ability to take action. The fact is, state law prohibits us from taking action. I'd like to read the section to you that applies. RCW 35A.13.120, which is entitled City Manager Interference by Council Members. It says, neither the council nor any of its committees or members shall direct the appointment of any person to or his or her removal from office by the city manager or any of his or her subordinates, except for the purpose of inquiry. The council and its members shall deal with the administrative service solely through the manager, and neither the council nor any committee or member thereof shall give orders to any subordinate of the city manager, either publicly or privately. If the council or any individual member of the council tried to direct the fire chief to hire or fire any firefighters, we would be in violation of this state law. And so it's not just a question of respecting the authority of the fire chief, it is a question of the council not breaking the law. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just add one comment and my thanks. Chief, you and your deputies have led us through an amazing couple of years with the department. I have absolute confidence in your ability to lead this department and in the decision-making that you've been doing along the way with the city manager. So echoing the comments of my peers, I want to thank you for that. And I want to ask the city manager if we need a motion or anything to accept.
We don't need an official motion. We just, knowing how important, firefighter staffing is, we want to make sure the council was aware and see if you had an objection. But it is an operational decision, but we wanted to make sure that the council was okay with it.
And I see thumbs ups and head nods. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I might just add one further comment. So I appreciate Councilmember Nixon's comments. What I do want to say to the members of the public and to the council is that the council has fully authorized those staffing levels that you see. You've given us the resources we need and the vacancies we need to fill the positions. The department has been working tirelessly over the last 2 years to try to fill them. So the issue here has not been a case of the council not providing the resources or providing the budgets. You've also given us the budgets for the overtime. The issue is just being able to hire firefighters fast enough. One of the other things that we are working on, which we didn't mention in this, is also to bring in lateral hires. So one of the other techniques we think to augment the staffing is between these academies, we may be able to bring in some lateral hires from other organizations as well. That process is less certain, but it also doesn't take quite as long. So in addition to the academies you saw there, we might also be able to bring in some additional resources. So, I know the chief and I both want to thank you for all you have done to give us the tools. We're just working really hard to use them to get back up to full staffing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. And with that, we'll take us to item B, the COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Thank you. I just have a very brief update. As was mentioned in this conversation, I think you all know the BA.5 Omicron subvariant continues to be something that's rising in a way that appears to be another COVID wave. At this point, the state and the county public health department are monitoring this closely, as are we. Our emergency manager, our fire department, our health human resources department, we're tracking this very carefully. At this point, none of the organizations above us have chosen to make any different opinions on things such as like returning to indoor masking requirements, but they are looking at those things and mulling them over. So as you may have seen, I did issue a strong encouragement of our employees to consider masking and to get vaccinated and boosted if they haven't been. We're going to continue to monitor the situation, and if anything changes, we'll obviously communicate with the staff, but as well as the council, and we'll just keep you posted, and hopefully this will be something that subsides quickly.
City Manager, is there consideration of our August 3rd meeting?
Oh, thank you for that. I was going to bring that up under city manager reports, but this is a good time. So, one of the possibilities is that we might suggest going back to remote in August, depending on how the caseload goes. I think one of the things that would be helpful to understand from the council under council reports is if there was a scenario where the health department had not made an indoor mandate, but we as the city believe an indoor mandate for Kirkland facilities is necessary, that would give the council choice of would you rather have a meeting where you were here with masks or would you rather have a meeting that was fully remote? Confirmed with the city attorney, we still are allowed to have a fully remote council meeting. So you don't have to decide that right now, but maybe give some thoughts at the end of the meeting. So we hope not. We know we like to be in person, both for our public and for the council, but it is definitely something that we are looking at as a potential need to not meet in person in August if the cases continue to rise.
Okay. Resolution R5434 update.
And I don't have any updates on that today, Madam.
Okay, that takes us to our consent agenda. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold for an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,791,355.03 and bills in the amount of $2,711,250.07.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
It's been moved by
Second.
Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Discussion. Question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please. Is there an ordinance? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay. It's 8:17 and we are at our business agenda. Well done, people. Item number A, the Google Development Agreement. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're bringing this back, which we hope for final action by the council. Tonight's presentation is not going to be a detailed review of the development agreement, but things that have changed since the public testimony and council direction at the last meeting. Our Deputy City Manager, Tracy Dunlap, is going to provide the presentation overview, aided by our Planning Director, Adam Weinstein, who's going to run the presentation for her. Tracy.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. Happy to be here tonight to present the highlights of a few changes that we made based on the feedback we received from you on the development agreement. I have 10 slides, and the Director of Planning and Building graciously offered to help me run those slides this evening. I'm just waiting for the slide deck to come up. Do you see it? I'm not seeing it yet.
I see it on
I think it's not being shared, Adam. Hold on one second.
Okay. While we pull that up, I'll just take a moment. If I don't know how I look on the big screen, but if I look like I have strange black spots on my nose, I had some surgery that's a follow-up from some skin cancer that I had, and I always like to use a moment to just do a public service announcement to make sure that you always wear your sunscreen, because it's no fun. Okay.
Especially if you're a redhead.
True enough. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is just give you some highlights of the proposed changes. You'll have time then to discuss adoption of the ordinance, and then I just have one slide with some next steps on it. Adam, so if you would please go to the next slide. I have two quick reminder slides. As you know, you adopted the station area plan and the form-based code at the end of June. And as part of that form-based code, it encourages early catalyst transit-oriented development projects. And with that, it encourages development agreements for those projects. And development agreements in general provide some certainty to the developing party, but also provide some certainty for the city about the mitigation and types of benefits to the community that that development may entail. And so the statute that authorizes development agreements, we had a study session with the council to introduce the terms of the agreement on July 6th. And then we had the statutorily required public hearing on July 11th. And then tonight we're coming back for your consideration of adopting that development agreement by ordinance. So based on the feedback from the public hearing, we made changes to 4 sections of the agreement in negotiation with Google. And then we provided in the packet responses to a variety of questions that were raised that didn't result in changes to the agreement, but that we wanted to make sure we provided the information. And I have a slide toward the end where if there are any questions about our responses to those questions, we can speak about it. And I believe that Director Weinstein will talk a little bit about the tree code in response to some of the comments you've received. So I'm going to start by walking you through the changes that we have made since the draft that you had seen previously to the sections. So on the next slide, section 4 is the public benefit and amenity section. This first one isn't a change, but it's just a repeat of Abby Dewee's comments earlier, or comments that Google had sent us that she spoke to in items from the audience about publicly accessible green roofs, which was a question that was raised at the public hearing. And she spoke to Google security concerns and why they're not including those as publicly accessible spaces. And so I just wanted to pause here and see if there were any questions on that, or either for Ms. Deweese or for me on that. So we just wanted to make sure that the basis for Google's decision was clearly communicated to the council and to the public. So if there aren't any specific questions on that.
Well, Tracy, I apologize for interrupting you because I am the green roof queen and someone's going to start a drinking game every time I say green roof. But I need to provide clarity around what we're calling a green roof. A green roof is a roof that is planted with vegetation. And I think that in this conversation, we have transposed green roof versus a public park. In my mind, and what we've seen in the elevations are planted green spaces, which are green roofs. And green roofs are important for reducing heat islands, capturing stormwater runoff, insulation for buildings, so forth. What I had asked for, and I have other comments about Google's decision, was for a public park. So I just want to be really clear that there is still the opportunity for a green roof on top of this building, but we are closing the door to a public park. So I just want to add that clarity that's in my mind. Thank you.
If I can just follow up on that comment, during the discussions with Google, they did highlight that they intend to have green roofs, as you just articulated, with plants and so forth, just not publicly accessible.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, can you go back one, please? Thanks. So the first change to the development agreement was to Exhibit E in response to a question about sustainability. There was some confusion about what the sustainability features were going to be and what was part of the base and what was part of what Google intended to do, but was beyond the base requirements. And we clarified the language in that exhibit to say that the site will be all electric with no natural gas for cooking purposes primarily, and that no natural gas provision does go beyond the current high-performing building codes requirements. And then we also clarified that Google does intend, in addition to having an all-electric building and having no natural gas, to pursue 100% electric energy for transportation and to be 100% carbon-free energy by 2030. So they're going beyond the base requirements, not only in the all-electric sense, but in those additional elements that they're intending to pursue as part of the project. We made a small clarification to subsection 4A, which is about the community benefit incentive payment. And that clarification was in the event that phases 4 and 5 did not proceed, and so there was a refund for a portion of that community benefit incentive payment, that the parties would work out a mutually agreeable repayment plan. So it wouldn't be a lump sum payment, but it would be paid over time based on negotiation between the parties in the hopefully unlikely event that phases 4 and 5 don't proceed. And then we added a new section 4E in response to the discussion about Lake Washington School District, basically providing that Google will collaborate with the school district on opportunities for partnership, including for opportunities to use space within the project for student learning. And that it also goes on to say that if there is space for such a partnership, that would not be part of the office square footage limitation, which is one of the things that triggers a major versus a minor amendment. So we have forwarded the language to the school district. I think they really appreciate Google's willingness and the city's interest in making sure that this was part of the development agreement. So moving on from section 4, we made a change to the transportation concurrency, section 12. And this change gives the concurrency the number of trips allowed to the development. The concurrency test notice breaks it into 2 pieces. And so based on the initial approval, there'd be 1,534 PM peak hour person trips that the development would be vested in. And then once the projects that Google is going to build are completed, that would add an additional 700, estimated to be an additional 700 PM peak hour person trips to the system. And so they would then receive an additional notice for 700 PM peak hour person trips, which would get them to the total concurrency trips of 2,234. And I just want to note that those projects that add those additional trips are all expected to be built as part of phase 1 development. So it should happen early in the development process. So moving on to section 14, the vehicle parking, we added 2 clarifications based on the conversation at the public hearing and the council interest. Basically emphasize that an annual survey of travel modes is required as part of the transportation demand management program, and that those are reported to the city, and that survey will be done on an annual basis as part of that program, and will form the basis of taking action on some of the other elements of the code in terms of how Google is meeting their intended transportation mode split. Similarly, in looking at how their parking is working and whether they're achieving the parking ratios, we clarified that it would be an independent third-party transportation consultant who would do that parking utilization analysis, and that would be reviewed and approved by a city transportation engineer. So it would be done by a third-party consultant paid for by Google, but would be subject to review and approval by the city. So those are the 3 sections that we made modifications to as a result of your deliberations to date. We also provided some clarifying information in the staff report about some background about the community benefit incentive payment for affordable housing, what provisions there are related to ensuring safety for walking and biking, both in our current process and the ability to impose new requirements for serious threats to health and safety, which is part of the agreement. We provided some information on how construction staging would work, basically documented the appearance of fairness, the response to the appearance of fairness question that the city attorney had given at that meeting, and then some additional information on tree code compliance. And so we actually have a slide that follows this with some follow-up that Adam will give on the tree code compliance. And then if there are any other questions on that clarifying information, we have staff on the line to be able to answer those questions. So I'll turn it over to Adam.
Thanks. Good evening, Council. Just a quick follow-up on the topic of trees. This, I think, encapsulates some of the responses to the questions that were received on the project's compliance with the tree code. I think this is, probably self-evident, but car dealerships are not really known for having lots of tree canopy. It's rare anywhere in the U.S. to find car dealerships with lots of tree canopy. This site is no exception. There are some larger trees on the site, but they're focused primarily around the periphery of the site. And there are some big trees. There are deciduous trees, and there are Douglas fir trees and probably other species as well around the periphery. As we mentioned at the last City Council meeting, the trees on the site would be subject to the adopted tree code that the council adopted a couple months ago. And that tree code for these very intensively developed sites, tree retention, as Ms. Cox noted, is focused around the perimeter of the site. They're focused in areas where there already is going to be open space, where there's going to be street frontage. I do want to state clearly that not all of the trees around the periphery of the site would be protected under our existing tree code as applied to the site, right? There's going to be significant roadway frontage improvements. There's going to be significant open space improvements. There's going to be driveway access and other things that are going to result in the removal of trees. But we will receive design review plans and building permit plans for this project when it's proposed, and we'll apply the tree code to those plans at that time. There'll have to be a tree retention plan that's proposed. You recall from your discussion of the tree code update that big landmark trees, there are additional protections for big landmark trees in our tree code. So trees of more than 26 inches in diameter have to be either protected on site or replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio, or in lieu fees have to be paid for off-site plantings that would apply to this project. And then I think the most important point is the one at the bottom, which is basically that this is a very high quality development plan. It's a conceptual development plan at this point. There'll be more detail provided later on in the process. There's lots of ground level open space. That ground level open space will be pretty heavily planted based on the conceptual plans that we've seen, likely resulting in more tree canopy on the site than we experience now. So the expectation is that with the development of this project, we'll be brought closer to our 40% tree canopy goal in the comprehensive plan compared to what we have right now.
Questions, Council? Okay.
All right. So at this point, the next steps related to the development agreement would be for you to consider action on the agreement. Just a couple of quick asides. The development agreement execution and recording will occur at some point after your approval this evening. You're authorizing the city manager to sign the agreement, but it will wait until Google signs the agreement, which is somewhat dependent on other transactions. So the actual date it'll be signed is yet to be determined. And then there will be one related action that will come forward. There'll be a planned action ordinance related to the development agreement, which we plan to bring for your consideration in September. And then in terms of the 85th station area, there are still some things that are active. I know you've taken a lot of actions, but there are a few actions that are still before you. One is we'll be bringing back an introduction to tax increment financing, which is one of the mechanisms we have available to us to build some of the infrastructure in the station area. There are projects that are included in the unfunded CIP that you saw earlier that we think would be good candidates. Forbes Lake Park, the 85th and 124th improvements, and a sewer capacity project. And we'll bring that back on August 3rd for discussion as part of this larger tax increment financing discussion, which is informational at this point. But if you decide to proceed with the tax increment financing, that would result in those projects being moved to the funded list. And then there'll be phase 2 related to the zoning and form-based code for the remaining districts, the mixed-use residential districts and the Lake Washington High School site over the next couple of months. And there's a planned action ordinance associated with the remainder of the station area plan, which you'll see before year end. So that's the final slide of the presentation. Any questions for me, or we have other city staff who can answer questions that you might have online.
Council questions, comments? Perhaps I could get a motion. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move approval of ordinance 04807.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to approve ordinance 4807. Discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like we've seen with the city's vision for the revitalization of Totem Lake, the evolution of downtown with the redevelopment of Park Place to Kirkland Urban, the vision we've established in the 85th Street area plan continues to ensure a Kirkland where people want to work and live and play. Under this development agreement, which exceeds those station area plan requirements, Google gets certainty as they phase development over the next 5 to 15 years. The community gets certainty about what can be built and how specific concerns will be addressed that we've heard throughout the 85th Street Station Area Plan process. Kirkland gets far more public benefit that is required for less intensive development that is allowed. The community gets specific transportation improvements and connections, public plazas, park space, and a significant contribution to affordable housing. This development will be a model of sustainability, exceeding our high-performing building standards. This Catalyst project is another big step for Kirkland, and I'm proud that the city is partnering with Google to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I raised a number of items last meeting. It was my first review of the development agreement. And I just want to thank staff and staff from Google for addressing many of the comments that I raised. I know that you had to work quickly and diligently under a very tight timeline to get those incorporated, but I do feel the modifications that were made made it more clear around some of the issues that were being raised around these very ambitious mode share goals, which we all want to see happen and become reality. But I think we all have some level of questions there because of how aggressive they are. And I think the changes to monitoring mode share and putting that responsibility on Google, they're going to have access to their data. They're going to have much better access to their data than we will. It doesn't burden our staff. And we get really great information each year on how they're doing and hopefully learn from that for other types of development around the city. I also appreciate the third-party transportation consultant. I think that was something that we heard from the public, making sure things were fair and impartial, and then the modifications to concurrency. So I recognize that those items don't address, all the comments that we heard or raised throughout this process. But I do believe that some of these things allow us to take corrective action if things don't go as planned. So I know just personally, I still have questions about overall implementation of the station area plan and Google, and this area is just one part of it. But I very much believe that it's important to approve this agreement tonight, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have confidence in this project, and Google has proven at the 6th Street campus that they're a very good community member. The Everett neighborhood values Google so much that at one point when we talked about changing the boundary of and putting Google outside of the Everest neighborhood, they were quite alarmed about it. So Google's a good neighbor. And they've provided public amenities at the Ferreton Spur Park that have been very valuable for the community. Not only is there already an existing basketball court, a volleyball court, a children's play area, but now the new section has a community garden, public restrooms, a pickleball court, and a splash pad, and that splash pad is very busy. So I encourage everyone to go visit. They also rebuilt the sand lot at Lakeview Elementary and created a turf field that we program for our Parks and Rec use. So I feel very strongly that Google will do a good job with this campus. I am disappointed that there won't be a rooftop public park, but I do understand the safety concerns, and honestly, it's a sad, sad testament to our time, but these are the kind of things that we have to think about rooftop shooters. That's another conversation for another day. That said, I couldn't be more strongly in support of Google's sustainability features. I'm strongly in support of the extensive tree canopy and the dense landscaping, the expansive public spaces, the public amenities, the pedestrian and bike infrastructure. And what I'm heartened about this conversation is we're talking about trees and green roofs now. And when I brought green roofs up probably 2 years ago, no one had any idea what we're talking about. And the fact that the public is advocating for these things makes me very happy. So, we're seeing a change. We're seeing that people are caring deeply about sustainability. So we may not be able to visit these roofs and these balconies on this building, but they still will provide biodiversity. They will still provide habitat for our birds, bees, native insects. This is a good thing for our community, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this project be built.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Tracy, for a great presentation. I won't repeat what my fellow council members said, other than to say that I agree with just about everything that they've said so far this evening. I just want to add on, just take a moment to again thank the community, in particular those who provided input, along the whole way, but really over the past week or two, as we've seen the details of this development agreement and during our public hearing last week. Also want to thank, Director Weinstein for clarifying how our newly adopted tree code will apply. That was really helpful for the community. Thank you, staff, for working with Google to respond to the community input. I hope that those who attended our public hearing last week and gave input, I hope that you feel heard, because you really were. We really care about what you have to say. We went back to the table and negotiated to make revisions based on the feedback that you provided. So thank you to everyone involved in that. I particularly appreciate the clarification in Exhibit E with sustainability on the building electrification, and the clarification around Google going above and beyond our high performance building standards with the electric cooking, and also they're striving to also have all electric transportation and carbon-free energy by 2030, and also in particular Section 4E adding the collaboration with Lake Washington School District. So thank you to everyone involved, again to the public who provided comment, and for staff and Google for hearing that and incorporating that into this revised draft.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very briefly, you may recall that back on June 28th, I voted no on the station area plan and its related code amendments. I did so because I believed then, and I continue to believe now, that those codes are too prescriptive and deny property owners the full use of their property. However, the document we are voting on today is not a regulation being imposed, but an agreement being voluntarily entered into by both parties because it is seen by both to be to their benefit. One can argue over the terms of the agreement and whether they go too far or not far enough, and whether the city could have extracted more in one way or another. But the fact is, we would not be here if we didn't think it was mutually beneficial. Entered into voluntarily and peacefully, and not by an exercise of force. And for that reason, I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to wrap it up for folks, I love this project. Part of the reason why I love it is because it is a partner that we have already worked with for so many years. So this is a great catalyst project with so much going both ways, but with so much opportunity as a starter case for the 85th Street project. So it's setting the bar higher than we could have imagined, really, for the entire station area plan. And I hope it will therefore bring on more organizations who want to be part of this incredible new area. With that, the question is on the motion to pass Ordinance 4807, moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Council Member Black.
Curtis.
Oh, it's Curtis, sorry. I saw his hand move. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. Motion, or the ordinance 4807 is approved unanimously. This takes us to item B, Revenue Equity Study Final Report. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We are bringing back for the final report for the revenue equity study that you received a briefing on at the retreat. Here to do some introductory remarks is George Dugdale, but we also have Sarah Emmons from Echo Northwest to do a majority of the presentation as well. We do have one question for you at the end about the business license fee, but otherwise this is really about what's captured in the report itself. So, Mr. Dugdale, take it away.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening again, Mayor and Council members. So, as the City Manager said, this presentation will be primarily, as the report was, by Sarah Emmons from Echo Northwest. There's just a couple of slides that I'm covering as they are related more to the next steps and to city staff recommendations. Before I hand over to Sarah, I do just want to say a big thank you from me and from everybody that's worked on this project. Echo have been great to work with. Sarah in particular has been, really great helping us deliver this project. I think we have really good results for you this evening, some really good things to think about, and some really good things to plan as we go into the 23-24 budget process. So Sarah, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks so much, George. And I echo your thanks. You guys have been wonderful to work with, very professional. So thank you to you and your team. Good evening, Mayor and council members and city manager and staff and members of the public. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here today. George, you can flip to the next slide so we can see what we're doing. Thanks. As George mentioned, I'll just be providing basically an overview of where we are in our process, which is almost complete. Recapping our highlights, including what has changed since I last spoke with you in May. And then I'll kind of hand it over to George for next steps. Next slide. So this is kind of our journey. We started back in February. It feels like a long time ago to me. I'm sure it feels like even longer ago to you all. We moved into an existing conditions analysis. That's where we started so that we could really make sure we understood your community and your tax structure. There's some really great analysis of tax equity, tax burden, and tax incidence in the report that I spoke about with you in May. But wanted to make sure we really understood where you were before we moved into evaluation of options, which we did in the spring. And again, a thank you to city staff for your participation in that process. Then we spoke with you all in May with our initial findings and recommendations. And here we are tonight in July with a report in your packet that I see some typos in. So I'm hoping we can take another stab at it before we finalize. Next slide. And then this is more of a status update. We spoke with you in May and gave you our recommendations. The top three have not changed, although we did go back and refine the business license fee option that we spoke about. So we ran a few more scenarios with George's guidance, and I think we've landed on a recommendation that will hopefully provide you with some good information and insight as you make further decisions. And then there's some other, just real quick, there's some other options that we'll talk about on the next slide, but I'm probably not going to go into too much detail unless you have questions. Those are the other 5 options that we addressed, but you haven't heard me present on, but I do hope I know you'll read the analysis, and please let us know if you have questions about those. Next slide. So we evaluated 8 recommendations that eight options that city staff had identified over a period of time for considerations related to revenue potential, stability, equity, and then practical considerations such as the ease of administration or the potential to impact behavior. As a reminder, that our 3 recommendations that we spoke about in May were to make changes to the head tax, the revenue generating regulatory license fee, to maximize the use of real estate excise taxes for maintenance funding, and then to consider implementing paid parking in the downtown area. And those 3 recommendations have not changed. Those are our final recommendations. The city's also made is making good progress on the other options that we've considered. And again, there's analysis included in the report in your packet. Next slide, thanks. So the first recommendation is to increase the business license fee. And the goal here was to both make the fee more progressive if possible, and to provide ongoing revenue to support levels of service added in recent budget cycles. So basically to kind of make a dent in that structural deficit that you've all been grappling with. And as a reminder, at the council meeting, I presented options 1 through 5 on this list. The general opinion was that number 5 had simplicity and horizontal fairness on its side, in that it was an across the board fee. It was probably easier to understand and to implement, but that it also maybe made sense to increase the exemption, which had not been increased since 2008, even to keep up with inflation. And the other scenarios that we'd evaluated, had sort of complications related to creating winners and losers, and maybe unnecessary complications that kind of put number 5 at the top of the list. We ran 3 more scenarios based on your feedback and brought findings back to city staff. Our final recommendation was to do a more modest increase, that's number 6C at the bottom there, of $25 per FTE to the head tax, but then to increase the exemption to $20,000. And as a reminder, an inflationary increase, I think we talked about this in May, an inflationary increase to the exemption would be about between $16,000 and $17,000 in 2022. So an increase to $20,000 would give you a little bit of margin, so that you have a round number for the exemption and would not maybe necessitate changes in the next couple of years, but would still allow those kind of low margin businesses that might be on the cusp to have a little more margin there. And then I think George has some more information on the next slide.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of points on next steps and potential timing. So the recommendations from this report in general would be rolled into the city manager's recommended budget, which comes in October. We also have some other changes which council have asked for in previous meetings on a review of some kind of cleanup and review of the actual business license code. So we don't need a decision at this meeting from council on the exact business license or RGRL increase, and if council is, but we are searching for direction from council on if you want staff to include options similar to the Echo Northwest recommendation in the budget process. We could provide this detail and recommendations at the September 20th council meeting, which is when we have our revenue public hearing for the 23-24 budget. So I will ask council at this point if you're interested in hearing recommendations on RGRL increases at that September 20th meeting.
Council? I think I'm getting a general sense that the answer is yes, George, but I'm going to ask another question. And that is, that list that we looked at, did we share that with anybody?
This previous list.
Yes. I mean, the business community is what I'm thinking about. Did we make any attempts to reach out to like the chamber or?
At this point, I don't believe we have, but we will between now and September 20th. We definitely will.
But I guess the question then for me is, will we present this as options to consider or a done deal?
Options to consider, certainly. This is not being presented as a done deal, and it won't be then either. It'll be options to consider with feedback that we've received.
Super, thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, George and Sarah. So, yeah, I support the proposal from staff to include this in the budget. And I wanted to ask a question, though, of George or Sarah. I think, so you talked about the inflationary effect on the $20,000 exemption, formerly $12,000 exemption. And you may have included this in the analysis, and if so, I'm sorry I missed it. But I'm just curious, what would the inflationary effect be on the RGRL itself, based on when it was first proposed at $100?
I knew you were going to ask this. It was so funny when I was prepping these. I was like, I should do that calculation. Then I kind of ran out of time. It's not in the paper. George, when was it implemented?
So the RGRL was increased from 100 to 105 in, I think, 2017, but the original 100 was 2012, I believe. But we can calculate that as well and include that.
It was quite a bit before 2012, George.
Was it 2000?
Okay, so yeah, we can't do no one's going to do the calculation on the envelope right now, but but suffice to say, some of my colleagues have been on the council for a while. It was set at 100 by an earlier council many, many years ago. Is that safe to say?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'd be curious what the inflationary effect would be on that number. So that'd be great information to get back. But in the meantime, I think I know what that analysis is going to tell us as policymakers, and so I'm in support of this.
Okay. I don't see anybody else.
Okay. So I'll hand back over to Sarah for the next slide.
Great. Thank you. The second option that we've included as a recommendation is to maximize the use of real estate excise taxes for maintenance funding. This was partly related to a deficit in the street fund and largely related to the desire to bring public works staff on a permanent basis and to just improve maintenance funding options for the city. REIT is one of the only two options that the city has a lot of control over as far as maintenance funding goes, and the other one is eventually potentially paid parking. So there was kind of that going for it, as well as just the fact that it's a progressive revenue stream. And so using proceeds to improve road quality or to provide a community-wide benefit seems to make sense from an equity standpoint. And this option, under our analysis, could allow the city to free up to $1.6 million in general property taxes to return to the general fund. Next slide. And then the final option that we'd included as a recommendation was the implementation of paid parking. Diamond parking analysis showed that this full implementation of paid parking in the downtown area could generate as much as $6.4 million in gross annual revenues. This revenue could support maintenance options, as well as have an ancillary kind of economic development and business enhancement potential by increasing turnover and access to local businesses. And then, of course, generating significant revenues for the street fund, which could in turn help the general fund. And I think George might have some more information on this one as well.
I do, thank you. So this is just to follow up again with the potential next steps. So as we discussed on business licenses, so based on the council feedback this evening, staff will incorporate changes as well as reaching out to business community ahead of bringing back some recommendations on potential increases to the RGRL fee. On the REIT flexibility, the funding plan, which you saw earlier presented as part of the preliminary 2023 to 2028 CIP, includes placeholder amounts for maximized REIT flexibility. So this will also be programmed on the operating side as part of the 2023-24 budget process, but we have programmed it in the long-term financial plan for our REIT revenue. And on paid parking, there's a lot more steps to come here. So staff will update on proposed phase parking beginning with technology improvements in 2023. So I believe staff in Public Works are working on purchasing or looking at some of the technologies that were discussed by Diamond at the May council retreat, and that would begin in 2023. I should be clear that the first phase that would be implementing some of the structure around paid parking wouldn't be increasing fees or expanding the parking zone itself. That will come later in potentially 2024 and beyond. But there are a lot more touch points, including an issue paper in this upcoming budget and feedback on how the implementation is going before we get to the increases in parking.
Great. Well, thanks, George. So we are nearing the end of our study and just appreciate the opportunity to work on this. I think I mentioned this in May, but I see this as really at the vanguard of studies of this nature. We're working on a couple in Oregon right now as local governments are really constrained in their fiscal options, but more interested in thinking about how changes might affect all of their community. So I just really appreciate the chance to work with you all, and I hope that this was helpful to you.
Okay.
That's the final slide from us. So just any council questions or comments?
Councilmember Curtis.
Sarah, I just want to take a moment and thank you for this report. It's deep. The depth of analysis is so valuable, and I'm finding that I'm sharing it far and wide. And I'm sure that it will be borrowed and used as a model in other jurisdictions, but you really did a brilliant job. You should be very proud.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks. Well, doing a bit of poking around, the RGRL was first passed in Ordinance 4161 in December of 2008. And looking at the website of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Consumer Price Index from December of 2008 to the last figure they had, which was for June, it's gone up 40.94%. So if we just adjusted the original $100 by inflation, it would be $141 now.
Thank you, that's helpful.
We actually might have that option for you in there. I think I presented it to you in May, so you can have your pick.
You just didn't have the logic for it.
That was very quick.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Well, Sarah, thank you very much for working.
Councilmember Black, sorry.
Black, sorry. Councilmember Black.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say, since based on what Councilmember Nixon just shared and also what Councilmember Curtis just shared. So first of all, Sarah, I already told the city manager this is going to be a reference document for me. I'm hoping I can read this, hopefully if time allows, I'm hoping I can read this a couple more times in the next couple months, just for its educational value. And then I just want to make a point, like basically somebody just mentioned the logic of these numbers. If you follow the logic of these numbers, the increase in the exemption is above the inflationary calculation. And at least what's proposed by Eco Northwest, the RGRL is below the inflationary calculation. So I think that's meaningful, and I think we should make sure that when we are having this discussion, and we should have this discussion with our business community who employ workers in the city of Kirkland, when we do have that conversation, I do think it's important that we're talking about that along with everything else. So thank you.
Thank you. Checking for hands. Okay. Sarah, again, thank you very much for working with us on this report. And George, thank you for the update. And I think that takes us to the next agenda item, but I'm wondering if council wants to take a break. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So we will be back at 4 plus 15.
9:19.
We're live, Mayor.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are back at our business agenda, and we are at item number C, establishing a Parks Funding Exploratory Committee. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is our first check-in with you, and setting up our Parks Funding Exploratory Committee. We will be looking to the council tonight to give us your thoughts on membership and also any of the other attached documents as well. Here to kick us off is our Parks Director, Lynn Zwagstra, and then also joined by Hilary De La Cruz, who is our Program Manager that you so graciously funded to help us with this work. So, Lynn, please take it away.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. As Kurt mentioned, we're here to talk to you this evening about the Parks Funding Exploratory Committee, which is a critical component of the potential 2023 Parks ballot measure. Hilary De La Cruz, as Kurt mentioned, is our management analyst. She's been on board for about 2 months now, and she is focusing on the ballot measure. Hilary was able to compile a structure for PFEC, and she's going to talk to you about that now.
Welcome, Hilary.
Hi, thanks for having me. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Hilary De La Cruz, and as Lynn mentioned, as you read about in your council meeting packet tonight, I am here to talk about the potential Parks ballot measure, and specifically about establishing a Parks Funding Exploratory Committee, or PFEC for short, of community members to help guide this work. In tonight's presentation, I will briefly remind everyone of our timeline, shared draft plans for PFEC, and ask for your input about PFEC and draft resolution 5551, which with your direction, we will bring back to the August 3rd council meeting to officially form PFEC. As you are all aware, work on the potential ballot measure has been quite some time in the making and began formally in March of this year with your adoption of an additional work plan item related to exploring a potential comprehensive parks ballot measure. In May, Lynn presented to council about the RFQ process for a facilities feasibility study, and that RFQ process is wrapping up right now, and we hope to be able to announce a contract very soon. Simultaneously, PCS and CIP staff are continuously working to carefully cost out potential investments based on feedback from the PROS plan. And tonight, we are ready to discuss the community input process through the Parks Funding Exploratory Committee. The proposed PFEC process is modeled after the process used for the successful 2012 Parks Levy and 2020 Fire Ballot measures. Staff recommend that PFEC be comprised of approximately 40 diverse stakeholders that have an interest in Kirkland's parks and recreation services. In a moment, I will share the draft list of stakeholder groups to consider including in PFEC. PFEC's role would be to determine the highest priorities for parks and recreation and provide recommendations to the City Council regarding what the ballot measure should include. The high-level timeline for PFEC's work is on this slide. After adoption of Resolution 5551, staff will open the at-large member application process and would also work with stakeholder groups to identify their delegates. PFEC will meet approximately 10 times from September 2022 through February 2023, and the PFEC recommendation will be brought to council in March of 2023. We created a PFEC member position description to be used while recruiting members so that people know what the commitment level is for this volunteer position. The draft position description can be found in attachment B of the council packet, item 9C. This slide contains a few important highlights. In addition to caring about parks and recreation in Kirkland, PFEC members are asked to attend approximately 10 meetings that are 2 to 3 hours each, typically on Thursday evenings, review materials between meetings, live or work in Kirkland, bring an openness to engage in conversation with diverse perspectives, and be committed to the city's efforts related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. The city will make these meetings as accessible, comfortable, and inclusive as possible by providing dinner from Kirkland restaurants, educational and supplemental materials to review between meetings, information from the PROS plan and other existing community input, inspiring tours of existing and model facilities to demonstrate to PFEC what is possible, and additionally, transportation and childcare are potential options should participants need it. So on this screen, you will see a list of potential PFEC member groups that was also in your packet. This list was compiled by the ballot action team, PCS staff, and the city manager's office with an eye toward groups that are involved with parks and recreation in our local government in general. The list on this slide has 43 groups, including all 13 neighborhood associations, as well as 2 at-large members. Groups are categorized by an overarching group type in the leftmost column of the table. As I mentioned previously, staff think that an ideal group size is approximately 40 members. This would allow for in-depth conversation and reaching consensus on recommendations. These types of things may be harder in a group that is too large. However, we can change the number at council's direction. And to identify individual members, staff recommend that each group selects their own delegate to represent them on PFEC, meaning that council would choose stakeholder groups rather than specific individuals to serve on PFEC. Additionally, staff recommend that there be 2 at-large members selected through a staff-led recruitment process. And this provides space for community members who want to have this leadership role but may not be part of another group. At-large members can also help increase diversity on PFEC. And if council wants more at-large members, we can change this number. And then finally, I wanted to mention related to identifying members that draft resolution 5551, section 2 also allows flexibility for the city manager to appoint a limited number of additional PFEC members before the first PFEC meeting with the direction to notify council of pending appointments. There's a goal of having diversity across PFEC, so that PFEC members reflect the diversity of Kirkland, including with respect to race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, gender identification, the presence of any sensory, mental, or physical disability, background and perspective, and status as a homeowner or renter in Kirkland. Additionally, we hope to have representation from parents with children at home, people that speak multiple languages, and other important identities in the Kirkland community. I'm going to briefly share the proposed PFEC meeting dates and topics with council, then we'll come back to this slide for council's feedback. As you can see in this draft schedule, PFEC would start meeting on September 15th and generally meet on the 2nd and 4th Thursdays with some variation. We hope to be able to meet in person, especially during the first meetings, during which PFEC will spend time touring some of Kirkland's parks and community centers and seeing maintenance work in action. The first few meetings will begin with PFEC members getting to know one another in an educational process on parks and recreation, funding history, background on Kirkland's budget, and conversation about available ballot measure funding mechanisms. Throughout the Parks and Rec 101 meetings, PFEC members will also discuss what the city learned from the PROS Plan community engagement process and what community members' greatest needs are. City staff and consultants will provide PFEC members with detailed cost and feasibility information related to potential investments named in the PROS Plan and identified by PFEC, City Council, the Park Board, and community members. Meetings in early 2023 will be used for PFEC to discuss and select priority investments based on their review of the comprehensive information. PFEC members will make recommendations to council in February or March of 2023 for what to include in a potential ballot measure. And then after PFEC has concluded their work from March through July 2023, council can discuss and decide on a potential ballot measure. Thank you for hearing my presentation about the proposed PFEC process tonight. Feedback that will be helpful, and I'm sure you're ready to share, will be to hear feedback about PFEC membership, the draft resolution 5551, and anything else that council members would like to share. Staff next steps are going to include incorporating feedback from tonight's meeting, returning to the August 3rd council meeting with the final resolution and the PFEC member list for adoption. And if council would like, staff can begin to contact stakeholder groups to initiate delegate selection prior to the August 3rd meeting. Madam Mayor, we are ready to hear council's feedback about PFEC, and I'll go ahead and go back to the slide that has the potential member groups on it as you begin your discussion, but please let me know if you'd like me to share any other slides or stop sharing while you're discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Great presentation.
Thanks.
Can I just add also one additional clarification that in addition to a recommendation on what might go in the ballot, we're also going to be looking for a recommendation on how to fund it. So the financing mechanisms themselves, so whether bond levy, MPD, that sort of thing. So all those, of course, will be final council decisions, but that's another part of the recommendation from PFEC.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Curtis. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Hillary. I am really, really excited to see this process moving along. And before I share my comments, I want to start off just by thanking you, Councilmember Curtis, for stepping up to lead this committee. I know it's going to be a lot of work and a lot of time, but it's really important to our community. It's important work. So I'm not only thankful that you're willing to do it, I have full faith that you'll do a fantastic job, and Hillary, and you and your team as well. So thank you, first of all, for including transportation and childcare in this process. Those are two really important ways to be more inclusive and remove barriers to participation. So I'm really happy to see that we're starting to include those types of accommodations for community members to engage with us. I do have some feedback on the proposed committee composition that's laid out in the memo. And Hillary, you've done a really great job of speaking to some of my feedback that I've already shared in advance with your comments tonight. So I will still share them, and I acknowledge and appreciate that you've addressed many of them. And I'd also like us to incorporate these into the resolution for clarity and transparency before we adopt at a future meeting. So overall, generally, it is really, really important for us to have a balanced and diverse group of folks represented. And so that's the lens that I use when I'm looking at the proposed composition of the committee. To start, as you did tonight, Hillary, I didn't see in the memo, but you did tonight, we need to define what we mean by diverse when we say that the new PFEC should be comprised of diverse stakeholders that have an interest in Kirkland's parks and recreation services. So let's clarify this in the next draft of attachment A. Perhaps it could be under PFEC composition with a sentence or two expressing our desire for the PFEC to be a diverse group of stakeholders and community members, and then elaborate on what we mean by diversity. You've listed a lot of them here tonight, you know, diversity of race, gender, abilities, geography across the city, homeowners and renters, income level, age, those with and without young children, types of organizations represented, et cetera. There are many different types of diversity that we'll be looking for. Also, let's not tie ourselves to so many specific organizations. I think we can allow for flexibility while being clear about the types of organizations that we want to see represented on the committee. For example, instead of the specific sports organizations listed, we could change the category title to something like sports, and then have subcategories of organized outdoor sports courts representatives and organized indoor sport court representatives, you know, pickup or informal sports representative, organized fitness representative, et cetera, right? To really get at that, we want to have like a diverse group of users there. I think some of the organizations that are listed here may not really get at the types of things that we will likely be covering with such a ballot initiative. So I think just allowing the flexibility with those general categories really allows the team to really pick the organizations that are best suited. And then again, those organizations would find them the particular committee members. I also want to be clear that, you know, that we have the understanding that representative doesn't necessarily mean someone who is on staff or on a board of a sports organization. I'd love for us to have the flexibility that it could also be a youth athlete, a parent, or a coach who really understands the needs of their sports community well. And the same would apply to other categories like education. We might not need each of those organizations listed. We might want some of them like Washington School District or another school specifically called out. But also, you know, maybe instead of PTSA leadership, what we're trying to get at there is we really want families with young children or with children represented specifically on the committee. And the same would apply to our neighborhood representation. We'll cover a lot of neighborhoods, I'm guessing, with many of the folks wearing other hats on the committee as well that aren't designated necessarily for a specific neighborhood, but reside in a neighborhood. And the diversity statement, which should include geographic or neighborhood diversity, would help us get at what we're hoping to achieve here. Instead of having like those 13 neighborhood associations listed, I think just making sure we have neighborhood diversity. And then also the neighborhood associations themselves do bring a lot of value. So let's ask CAN to nominate, you know, maybe a few 2 to 3 representatives from the neighborhood associations and alliances, in addition to the diverse neighborhood representation that we otherwise hope to achieve on the committee. And then a few specific demographic groups that I didn't see clearly represented enough here are youth, renters, and disabled community members. We do have the one youth council seat, but let's try to get more than just one youth committee member. We could, for example, reach out to youth organizations at our local high schools that are run by and for Black students, AAPI students, students with disabilities, LGBTQIA+ students, et cetera. And again, our diversity statement would make clear that we're looking for staff to help recruit individuals from these populations. Again, youth, renters, and disabled community members to ensure a diverse committee composition. And in order to do that, we would need to add additional at-large member seats, which I'd like to see us do rather than having all of those specific seats, like I mentioned. I also want to clarify that for these seats, we're not assuming that it'll be a board member or a staff person for each of these organizations. Is that right? I just want to be clear in our ask of these organizations when they're identifying an individual to represent them, that, you know, for example, Imagine Housing, we'd be looking for a resident of Imagine Housing who can speak to the lived experience of being a low-income renter family in Kirkland, and not necessarily assume that it would be like a board member to fill that seat. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Well, I guess I would maybe clarify that just a little bit, that we didn't define it that well because our idea was to let the group select rather than us telling them whether they should or shouldn't be somebody. I think if that's a clarification the council wants to make, we'd want to make sure we do that. But the thought process was you have a category, you let the category pick the person. And so we'd want to be a little more definitive about that.
I think we could just provide direction perhaps that or guidance that it could include, you know, a board member or staff person, but also someone else that is a resident, or, you know, an example of the sports organizations, a youth athlete, family, or coach, that it doesn't necessarily have to be someone who works for or serves on a board in those organizations, and still let them decide, but just leave that open just so that they're clear that they may, otherwise the assumption may be that it needs to be an official representative from staff or board. Thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Hillary. And I'm so excited to go on this journey with you. And I want to thank Councilmember Falcone for her very kind words. And I want to thank the council for their confidence and support in my chairing this committee. I'm eager to bring my experience as a park board member and a swim mom and a recreation enthusiast to this. And I'm really looking forward to working with the community so that together we can decide what we're going to build for Kirkland. I do have feedback that's, frankly, some of it's in conflict with Councilmember Falcone on the PFEC members. I do feel like we have done extensive outreach with our PROS plan, reaching out to diverse members of the community so that we can hear their voices and their needs and their desires. And I think that as we build this PFEC community, and I'm going to have to practice saying that, that we have to balance it. We have to balance it between being as inclusive as possible and being pragmatic as possible, in that we're following this very successful ComSAG model of what we did before. And we do need to bring community members to the table and these organizations to the table that have some expertise, that have some connections, have resources, and have the support to not only define what this ballot measure is, but to carry it forward as future success of this ballot measure. So I think we have to balance both those needs of including as many voices as possible and using influential community members to help us get this ballot measure figured out and passed. So my suggestion is that you take all of our feedback on the community members, and as we start reaching out to potential community members that are interested, we will see how people will fit into those slots and cover different needs. So, you know, we'll collect the names and we'll decide what gaps we need to fill. So having said that, as far on the city groups, I do agree that we need to balance homeowner input with also renters, people that live in multifamily home or apartments. So I agree with that. I do think it's advantageous to provide the opportunity to all 13 of the neighborhood associations and give them the option to see if they would like to participate in this. As far as, and I think it's great that we have someone on the youth council. I do agree with Councilmember Falcone that we need more than one young voice. So one of my suggestions was perhaps we can add 2 at-large youth members. And then also, as we reach out, as Councilmember Falcone said, as we reach out to sports teams, we might be getting some young people from a swim team or a field or a court sport. I do agree with Councilmember Falcone that we should include representation from the disability and the neurodiverse community members. And also my thoughts around sports groups were on this list. We are fairly heavy on field sports. And one of the things that we're really interested in is accommodating the needs for court sports such as tennis and pickleball, I almost said paddleball, and indoor sports such as basketball and volleyball. So I think Councilmember Falcone said this, but I'll say it also is, instead of being definitive about the groups in the sports, let's say we need 2 field sports, 3 court sports, 3 indoor sports, something like that, so that we're covering a broader base of supports. One of the thoughts I had was in the health category, one of the needs in this potential community space aquatic center is providing health and wellness opportunities for community members. So perhaps adding to health physical therapists or other sort of caregivers in that space might be useful. The application, I think that when we create the application, we should make sure that we have open-ended questions so that people can talk about their lived experience. And Hillary, you're nodding. I know that you've already thought about this. What I don't want to just ask is, what job do you do, what education do you have, and how long have you lived here? We need to find out more about whether you rent or you own or you, and Councilmember Falcone also covered this. When we put out the application, will we be talking specifically that we'll provide transportation and childcare if needed? Because I think will be important to the people that apply. I think Hillary nodded. Okay.
I think we'll make sure that we cover the barriers that we'll be removing by those things.
Okay. And then my last input is on the schedule. I love that we're going to tour an aquatics facility, but as we know, all aquatic facilities are not the same, right? We could tour KCAC or we could tour Linwood, which are vastly different in size and amenities. So I assume that we'll be touring one, but we will also be educated on the variety of facilities available in some way. Like we'll get models of examples. Okay. And then you revised the schedule a little bit on the slide, so my other question is answered. So that was it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that to have a truly diverse committee, it needs to include political diversity. You'll recall that our resolution 5240 on having a safe, welcoming, and inclusive community specifically included political affiliation as one of the areas of people who need to be able to feel safe and welcome in our community. And political affiliation to me doesn't just mean political party membership, but diversity in political philosophies. I think we need to intentionally include people who tend to be skeptical of the expansion of government and who advocate for free market solutions. The potential list mentions people who were on the no campaign for the ARC ballot measure in 2015, but otherwise is pretty silent on including people who would be questioning assumptions and helping to make sure that the PFEC works to ensure that their proposals appeal to the community broadly. We intentionally included skeptics in the committee for the fire ballot measure. And I think that really helped to craft a proposal that the community could support broadly, and it showed in the result. The presence of skeptics and their ability to explain the committee's conclusions in terms that more conservative people can understand was really helpful in increasing community acceptance. So we can talk offline as to maybe what group that might be, but I think that including more people who might be taking the opposite view could be very helpful.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, Hillary. Thank you for the presentation. Really excited to kick off this process, and I appreciate the feedback we've heard so far. As someone that served on the 2012 PFAC and the successful Parks ballot measure that happened there, I have a couple of observations. The qualities we're looking for in community members first comes down to participation. We're asking for more than a dozen meetings, and that commitment is important. When we're looking at things like the sports groups and users of, and the aquatics groups and users, that expertise is important. It's not just looking to have a variety of sports enthusiasts, but the expertise to help shape what the ballot measure looks like. And then finally, it's the two-way communication, not just them communicating within the PFAC, but it's also taking what they learned in the PFAC and communicating back within their networks and their organizations. And we want people in positions to be able to go do that. As we look at this list, I think the categories are right. I would add a planning commission representative among city groups, because I happen to know that was part of the original Parks PFAC. I would add a group that's interested in the community center aspect of what we're talking about with an aquatics and community center, not just the swim team. We've already heard as a council feedback from Studio East as an example, who wants to partner with us on a community center. So I think that would be important. And then finally, compared to what was in the presentation and the packet, I appreciate the clarifications on funding mechanisms. One of my observations about the failed 2015 Aquatics and Recreation Centers, we spent about 3 months talking about the facility and about 3 days talking about the funding mechanism. And given the different options, I'm glad that we're talking about having a robust discussion of what's the best funding mechanism. So I think we're off to a great start, and really excited to, as Councilmember Curtis says, kick off this journey. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So really appreciate everyone's comments. Can't really say I disagree with anything that's been said. That's always a dangerous thing to say, but I think that all the goals that my colleagues have stated, I think, are all important. I did want to, and I agree with Councilmember Nixon that I think healthy skepticism is important on the committee. Skeptics who are open to being convinced, skeptics who are going to ask tough questions, and also skeptics that, if convinced, will be evangelists for the ballot measure. So I do think that's important. I don't know how to achieve that exactly, but I'm willing to underscore that because I do think it's important. I was going to actually talk about the funding mechanism. That was the main thing. I was looking at the schedule, and it just felt like it looks like half of a meeting is dedicated to the funding mechanism. And what we know probably pretty well is that if there is organized opposition, it's going to be organized opposition that really focuses on whether it's a proper funding mechanism or, and so, I was looking and it's like, okay, so, where's the meeting where, Tracy or Beth or Michael are going to do that, tax levy in the state of Washington, 101, 102, and 103, because I do think that's so important. And people are going to have tough questions that they want to ask. And that's where if people really understand tax structure, local taxes in the state of Washington, they can start out as skeptics and become evangelists fairly quickly. That's just my opinion. So I would just highlight that. And then the last thing I'm going to say is we brought up other forms of activity, including drama, I would just say a dance instructor. Speaking on behalf of my mother-in-law, who's a ballet dance instructor for the city of Redmond, a dance instructor is another possibility. Just to hear from him or her about the use of community spaces for that kind of activity, which is an activity for people of all ages. So, thanks.
Thank you. And I think that takes us through that. I'm a little confused about where we are with the resolution as to whether or not it needs to be adjusted to reflect any of this discussion.
I don't think so. The intent was to adopt a list, so I think we can brainstorm how to synthesize all this feedback into the attachment that's adopted by the resolution. So I think between now and the next meeting, we can figure that out.
So we would not take up this motion tonight? Or
No, it was never intended, I'm sorry, to act tonight. Tonight was basically initial feedback and then bring it back for final action.
Okay, with that, Hillary, great work. Lynn, looks like you're off to a great start. I have every confidence that you and Kelly are going to pull this thing through. And I'm excited. We know we have a community that is hungry for this. So using the right process to make it happen, whether we're going to have to go fishing for some of the right folks on this committee, it's going to be as important for us to sell this when we're done as we transition into a campaign mode with eager, engaged folks at the end of the line, which is how we ended with the ComSag group, and they carried it all the way through. So with that, I will move us on to our next agenda item, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this takes us to reproductive health care and marriage equality. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have just one brief introductory slide by our Deputy City Manager, Jim Lopez, and then I believe Councilmember Falcone would want to speak to that after his short presentation. So, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor and council members. It's really my pleasure tonight to be before you to present you Resolution R5550, which is a resolution in support of codifying comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equality in the Washington State and United States constitutions, and support of protections through Washington State and federal legislative action. The resolution is brought to you to the council at the request of Councilmember Falcone. And I've called up my screen to highlight the three specific sections that you would be asked for consideration tonight. The version presented tonight is updated from the version that was presented on July 5th. This update is it's intended to make the resolution more directly relevant to the state legislative advocacy work at the city. And I'll highlight section 3. The Kirkland City Council supports Washington State legislative actions that protect an individual's right to reproductive health care and abortion, including legislation which protects visitors to Washington State seeking abortion health care and protections for Washington State health care providers in providing abortion health care. We've added that section. So with that, City Manager, I turn it back, or Madam Mayor, I turn it back to you and the council for consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager and Deputy City Manager. And thank you to my fellow council members for agreeing to bring this resolution back to discuss and take action on tonight. As I mentioned at our July 5th business meeting, on June 24th of this year, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, holding that the Due Process Clause and Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment do not apply to an individual's right to safe and legal abortions. This right that women, trans men, and non-binary folks who can become pregnant have had for 50 years was taken away last month. Also, the U.S. Supreme Court's current interpretation of the 14th Amendment is a threat to marriage equality. The Supreme Court decision of overturning Roe v. Wade disproportionately impacts people of color, people with disabilities, and those with low incomes, among others. As a city, Kirkland has clearly supported, and we continue to support, comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion. It's currently covered in each of our city employee health plans. We also support LGBTQIA+ employees and community members by actions such as declaring June as Pride Month each year, and by covering gender-affirming healthcare in each of our current city employee health plans. And we've clearly articulated our desire to be a safe, welcoming, and inclusive city where everyone truly feels a sense of belonging, and that helps ensure the safety and respect of Black people. This recent Supreme Court decision goes against those values. You know, when I was thinking about what I wanted to say tonight, I thought about whether I wanted to share my personal story, because, you know, we all know people who have them. But then I thought, why should I have to share my personal health information in order to advocate for rights of basic health care? Do I also need to share my personal story about Crohn's disease to keep colonoscopies legal? Do I need to tell you about the time I was 4 and cracked my chin open for the 3rd or 4th time to help keep stitches legal? No. And you also probably don't want to hear about all the graphic details of my bloody 4-year-old cracked open chin anyway. But those are my personal stories, and we all deserve to privately make and share these decisions with our healthcare providers and loved ones. We shouldn't have to share our reproductive health stories to keep the right to such healthcare. And abortion is healthcare. It's sadly become a divisive issue in our country. It's used as a tool to divide us for the political gain of a few. On this issue, like many others, I firmly believe that most of us agree more than we're led to believe. And that's part of the beauty of local government. It's a place where we can have thoughtful and nuanced conversations about these issues without being tied to political parties. Yes, there are some folks who hold extreme views, but most of us hold thoughtful opinions based on reason and empathy. And yes, our state and federal leaders absolutely bear responsibility to protect our rights. And it's also our responsibility as local government officials to lead these conversations in our community. It's our responsibility to stand up for the rights of our community members and use the voice that we have to advocate for them at higher levels of government. And that's why I'm bringing forth this resolution tonight. You'll notice that as Deputy City Manager Lopez mentioned, that the resolution before us tonight includes a new action section specifically related to our state level advocacy work. As a woman and as a mother of 3 amazing children, I so very much appreciate being a resident of Washington State, where pregnant people still have access to abortion health care. We cannot take this for granted. So thank you so much to our state leaders who continue to work really hard to protect these rights. So I'd now like to make a motion for us to adopt Resolution R5550, a resolution of the City of Kirkland, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kirkland, affirming its support of comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion, and its support of marriage equality, and its support of protections through Washington state and federal legislative action.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black to adopt Resolution R55 or Resolution 55550. Discussion. Any further discussion from you, Councilmember Falcone?
No, that's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, and maybe our other colleagues don't, for as long as I've served on this council, I have consistently voted against resolutions taking positions on matters such as initiatives, referendums, ballot measures of other agencies, and constitutional amendments that are not directly the business of the City of Kirkland. I do this because I know that our community holds very diverse opinions on such matters. Our community, like most communities across the country, is sharply divided on the issues addressed by this resolution. I believe neither the council nor the city should claim to speak for the entire community when taking a political position on a controversial and divisive issue. In my opinion, passage of this resolution would have zero impact on how these issues play out at the state or federal level. It would make no difference in that outcome. It may make some people who agree with the stated positions feel good because a statement was made, but it would not be helpful, it would not be productive, and it is not necessary. It is potentially quite divisive and hurtful and could further inflame public passions on the issue. I acknowledge that some of my colleagues have strong feelings on these issues. But when individual council members feel strongly about a highly controversial issue on which our community is sharply divided, those council members should advocate for their positions as individuals and not expect the council to take a formal position on behalf of the entire city. Individual council members have the ability to contact state and federal legislators directly, testify at hearings, post their viewpoints on social media, write op-eds, hold public rallies, and make their views known in any number of other ways. We know how to use the bully pulpit as individual council members and should do so. And so, Madam Mayor, I will vote no on this resolution for the same reasons I have voted no on similar resolutions for the past decade. But I want to be clear, my vote is not based on the substance of the resolution. I believe a federal constitutional amendment would be helpful in resolving questions about the meaning of the right to life that is mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, in the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and in Article 1, Section 3 of the state constitution. We clearly do not now have societal consensus on that definition, the point at which the separate and distinct life of an unborn child must also be considered. Agreeing on a clear and unequivocal constitutional amendment 50 years ago, rather than depending on a disputed Supreme Court decision, would have truly settled the issue, just like constitutional amendments settled the questions of slavery and the right of women and 18-year-olds to vote. We need to have a conversation about the issue of when life begins and constitutional rights apply. We need to do it in good faith and in a calm, thoughtful, and respectful manner. I completely agree with my colleague, Councilmember Falcone, on that. And sadly, our nation seems to have mostly forgotten how to have such conversations. Too many people on all sides of issues try to attain their political goals through shouting, intimidation, physical confrontation, and violence. I like to think Kirkland is a place where such calm, respectful, good faith conversations can be held. But in my opinion, this resolution, with its predetermined conclusion, is not the way to start such a conversation. My preference would be that this resolution simply be withdrawn. And so to provide an opportunity for that to occur, Madam Mayor, I move that the resolution to adopt, or the motion to adopt the resolution be tabled. That was a motion.
Do I have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Any further comments?
Have to try.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Deputy City Manager Lopez, and thank you, Councilmember Falcone. I'll support the motion. That won't come as a surprise since I seconded it. As is generally well known by us all, at the time of the crafting of our U.S. Constitution, this is going to get esoteric, Mayor. Are you okay with that? No, I'm kidding. I'm going to try to keep it from being too esoteric. But as known by many of us, at the time of the crafting of our U.S. Constitution, there was a debate among the founding generation about whether it was wise to use the first 10 amendments to the Constitution to enumerate specific civil rights, what we commonly refer to as the Bill of Rights. The concern was that by enumerating specific civil rights, we might inadvertently cause other rights inherent in being human to be given less weight, or worse, judged not to be civil rights at all. It was judged by those members of the founding generation who were in a position to make that decision that adoption of the new Constitution by the requisite number of states required a Bill of Rights. And despite the caveats concerning other rights retained by the people not enumerated in the Bill of Rights, including the statement to that effect in the Ninth Amendment itself, each subsequent generation of lawyers, judges, law professors, and law students, not to mention legislators and other policymakers, have ever since struggled with the Constitution's enumeration of specific rights. But what we do know is that when doubts arise about the civil rights retained by the people, those not specifically enumerated in the Constitution, it is no error to amend the Constitution to expressly enumerate the rights of the people and thereby remove all doubt. Generations before us have done that with, for example, the Reconstruction era amendments that, among other things, made it clear for all future generations of Americans that all people, no matter the color of their skin, did in fact have the right to pursue the blessings of liberty. And the 19th Amendment that likewise made it clear that the right to vote extended to all people, regardless of all considerations associated with self-identity. Now today, after recognizing for 50 years, which is the span of 2+ full generations of grown Americans, the right to reasonable self-determination in connection with reproductive health care, we have a decision by the U.S. Supreme Court finding that the right is not guaranteed by the Constitution, specifically because it's not enumerated in the words of the Constitution. We know from the generations of Americans that have come before us that in the face of discussion, debate, and doubt, it is no error to amend the Constitution to expressly enumerate the rights of the people. That is what tonight's resolution is in support of. What is true for the U.S. Constitution is equally true for our state constitution. And what is true of the reasonable right to self-determination in connection with reproductive health care, previously recognized for 50 years, is also true of the right to marriage equality, recognized since 2015. Also, what is true of codification of rights by constitutional amendment applies equally to codification of rights by statute. This we know from the many statutes that help define the successes of the civil rights era of the last century. For the reasons stated above, if for no other reasons which a couple of my colleagues on the council have already discussed tonight, I will support the resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. As a woman, it's truly difficult to put into words the devastation caused by the recent Supreme Court decision. I thank Councilmember Falcone for bringing this resolution forward, and I thank Councilmember Black for seconding this resolution. This is not a women's issue. It's a societal issue about civil liberty, body autonomy, and the right to privacy. Women's bodies are complicated miracles. Our miraculous reproductive system is complex, causes extreme physical challenges, and frankly fails us on a regular basis. Imagine in one of the most vulnerable times of a woman's life, when her health and her life choices are at risk, her choices would not be her own. And I want everyone to sit with that. This cannot stand. With this resolution, we are telling the people that we represent that we will stand to protect their civil liberty, their body autonomy, and their privacy. We're telling our state legislators that we will stand with them to support legislation that protects reproductive health care in Washington. I'm here because of the women before me who led to fight for the rights and my freedoms. It is now my responsibility to continue to fight to maintain those rights and privacies, and I'm voicing that commitment through this resolution. My children, our children, should and shall have self-determination and the opportunity to live full, free lives, making their own reproductive choices. I will be voting yes on this resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're fortunate to live in Washington State, who has been a leader in marriage equality and shown its support for reproductive freedom well before the Roe versus Wade decision. This has been supported both by our legislators and by the voters via multiple initiatives and referenda. In contrast, the United States Supreme Court is moving in the opposite direction, taking away a right that's been recognized for decades and eliminating a precedent that was the foundation of the right to privacy, impacting our choices to use birth control, to marry who we want, and to keep our private lives private. As a city, we're working to protect the rights of everyone and ensure a safe and welcoming and inclusive community. At the state level, the state legislature can strengthen those and enhance the current protections. Restoring rights at the federal level will be a multi-year fight at the ballot box and in the halls of Congress. I recognize that many people, and especially women, are outraged and shocked and scared by this development. Therefore, it's important that we stand together with our voices calling for action in Olympia and in Washington, D.C. I stand with you as we build our small, individual voices into a larger, powerful chorus. I will be supporting Resolution 5550. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just in closing, all I have to say is I was going to support this regardless. But what has happened this evening is that my colleagues have convinced me that it's important for us to support this legislative action. And I believe to take it even farther, it's our responsibility not just to support legislation that's going on in Olympia, but to demand it, and to demand that it happens at the federal level as well. And we can do this individually, but it's more powerful for us to do this as representatives representing a broad community that I believe largely supports these actions. So I, too, will be voting in support of this this evening. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to pass Resolution 5550 in support of codifying comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equity for the Washington State, in Washington State and the United States Constitutions. Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion carries 6-1. Where are we now? Okay, we are at council reports. And I think I'll change it up a little bit and start with Deputy Mayor Arnold today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we have a number of things we're all going to report on. I'll just highlight one. And the East Side, the East Trail Regional Advisory Council met on June 12th. Kicked off a week of many things happening on the corridor that I'm sure my colleagues will talk about. The East Trail RAC talked about the need for coordination on art for all the jurisdictions in the broader East Trail. We talked about holding a conference in celebration in 2023 or 2024 that would set the vision and the next steps for what happens with the broader East Trail. There was a conference like that happened in 2017 that really set the stage for Kirkland, Bellevue, Redmond, King County, and others to build this trail network, and it's time to get together again for that. And then finally, we talked a little bit about budget and what we've been doing around the shared budget. This will be coming back through the staff team process, but an ask will be somewhere in the order of $25,000 to $50,000 for Kirkland to support community connections, the conference I mentioned about, and a wayfinding plan on the broader East Trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, wait a minute, I can't remember where people sit. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, you all have been really busy while I've been out, and it's amazing how many things have occurred over the last month. And definitely feel out of the loop on a number of things, but really pleased to see all the different activities and things that have taken place. And I wish I had something to report, but I don't. So
Thank you very much. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, a lot's been going on that I'm sure others will cover. I've really enjoyed all of the ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings and all kinds of really fun things that we got to celebrate last week. But just a couple things I wanted to highlight. Kudos to the Parks and Community Services staff on the first outdoor summer movie series event this past weekend. It was a double feature. My family and I enjoyed watching the Captain America movie. That was the second film of the double feature. It was amazing, everybody. It was really amazing. There were hundreds of neighbors there. At Juanita Beach Park, just enjoying being outside together in our parks. And it was really beautiful. There were great food trucks. The sponsor Ziply had like little bags of candy and things for the kids, which was really nice. So really well done. And I'm excited to attend more of those in the future. Also, tomorrow, our Kirkland Police Department is having our next Guns for Gift Cards event tomorrow. I believe it's 5 to 7 p.m. at the Kirkland Justice Center. I know the first one was a fantastic success, and I hope that tomorrow's will be as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also enjoyed being out in the community for groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings and bridge raising. It was awesome. So I'm going to do a legislative work group report out. We have been holding permanent supportive housing briefings with our legislators to update them on what has transpired so far, our stakeholder outreach and next steps. Those have been very well received. We also sent to our legislators information on our firefighter vaccine mandate, why, how, and so forth, and they have been very supportive. The legislative work group is interested in participating in the AWC housing policy work group so that we make sure that we're in alignment with our housing, not make sure, but so that we're at the table when we talk about our housing legislative priorities. So I have applied to participate. Staff will be reaching out very soon to council members to hear their legislative goals for the upcoming session. And we had discussed in the spring about evaluating our coalitions to see if our list is complete or if there's anyone that should be added. So staff is compiling that list for you to review and provide input on. The last time I met with we met with legislators, we heard that the session was going to be primarily in person, with an option to testify remotely, but based on COVID numbers, that may perhaps change, to be decided. Also, I've been invited to participate in an ARCH elected official focus group that will be exploring dedicated revenue resources for affordable housing in King County. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff that other folks have done, obviously. There was one event that was well attended, especially by staff from the city. It was hosted by the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce, and I was lucky enough to be able to attend along with members of the city staff, and that was the DEIB Symposium held by the and I think it's the second annual DEIB Symposium held by the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce. And this one had it was just, all I can say, it was just an amazing panel of a mix of folks who have experienced incarceration, along with a number of professionals who provide services to those who are incarcerated and formerly incarcerated. Just a really powerful panel discussing incarceration and then barriers to reentry, especially focused on hiring, but also we also touched on barriers to reentry as far as housing and housing stability. The small business community in Kirkland was extremely supportive, that was in the room. One of the more interesting things that came up was just the ban the box policy and initiative, and just the ways in which that has inherent limitations. The formerly incarcerated members of the panel spoke unanimously that although that is helpful, at the end of the day, there will come a time in the hiring process where they will have to tell their story about being formerly incarcerated because employers are going to do a background check. And so it's timing that conversation and the difficulty of deciding when to raise that topic. And, you know, the other interesting thing I just want to highlight for all of us, our public who's listening, some of whom are probably small business owners in Kirkland, colleagues and staff, is, you know, when asked what the biggest barrier was, you know, the folks who had experienced incarceration, their answer was their own lack of confidence that they can actually achieve what the community expects of them, and what an employer would expect of them, and even an employer who's very enthusiastic about their potential. It's still a barrier. So what we can do to sort of support the former folks who have had that lived experience, what we can do is support their own self-image, and really give them confidence that they can do what society and they want to accomplish. So that, anyway, super powerful. Really enjoyed it, and thanks to the city staff members who took time out of their day to attend. Thanks.
Councilmember, do you know if they recorded that event?
Yes, they did. I want to say absolutely they did. I'm 99.9% sure.
And you would recommend that we watch that?
Yes, it was the most powerful DEIB program that I've seen put on. It was the power of the panel. Let me just put it that way.
Excellent. I'm going to ask staff if May could find that for us and perhaps share it with council. And with that, Councilmember Nixon.
Nothing to add, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. For myself, in lieu of a report this evening, I wanted to speak to the issue related to Juanita Heights Park. There's been a lot of conversation in the community about the possible use of a portion of this park for a new roadway that would provide access to a potential new residential development, as well as provide a second roadway connection for emergency responder access to Goat Hill. Today, Goat Hill is only accessible from Juanita Drive with a narrow, constrained road. To explore the potential public benefit of the emergency access road, the city recently supported some limited geotechnical analysis funded by a developer on the edge of Juanita Heights Park to determine if construction of a roadway there would even be feasible. It appears to be feasible, but difficult. And I have some additional concern and want to be clear about them because there are other public benefit issues at play here, including a no net loss parks policy recently recommended through the PROS planning process. I understand no building permit application has been filed by a developer, and I know that if a building permit application is submitted, it will be reviewed under all applicable zoning code requirements and approved, denied, or conditioned on that basis. At the same time, as part of a normal pre-application process, I know that city staff try to help developers anticipate challenges associated with possible applications. And so, since the city has been asked, it seems only fair that we be as clear as we can on the park's property dedication issue. Depending on what may be proposed by a developer, it is possible approval would be conditioned on, among other things, the construction of a new access roadway at Goat Hill. If that were to be the case, it is also possible that the only way such a roadway could be built would be if the city were to make a voluntary discretionary discretionary decision in favor of dedicating a portion of Juanita Heights Park for roadway purposes. I would not support facilitating such a development proposal that could not meet the requirements of our code independently. I would note part of the open space that people are enjoying today is private property outside of Juanita Heights Park. There are undoubtedly development projects on Goat Hill that could be approved under our code. I understand and respect property owner and developer rights to pursue those projects. This continues to be an issue of real interest in our community, and in fairness to all concerned, I feel it is important to share my views on this park's dedication for roadway purposes issue. I bring this up tonight as I am interested in if this council is willing to agree to a position with this regard. I asked the city attorney to give me potential language for a motion, and I'm going to read that motion now. The motion reads, in response to questions in the community and developer inquiries, I move that this city council formally express its policy view that if a complete building permit application for a Goat Hill development were to be filed that would not be approved under the city's current zoning code development regulations unless a new access road also were to be built, and which road would require the city to also make a voluntary discretionary decision to dedicate a portion of Juanita Heights Park property for public roadway purposes, the council would not support such a dedication of parks property.
Second.
I think I need the motion first. So,
I think you made it when you read it.
okay, well, good for me. I haven't done that lately. That has been moved by me and seconded by Councilmember Falcone to adopt this motion. Discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that this idea of having secondary access to the top of Goat Hill is very important. There are so many ways that the existing roadways could be disrupted by a fire, by a landslide, by a broken down truck, whatever, and people, I hate to use this, but I will. People could die if that happened, right? Whether it was because they were stuck in a burning house or because they had cardiac arrest and aid couldn't get to them. We need to figure out this problem of how are we going to get to people in the upper reaches of Goat Hill in some way other than coming up from the bottom. But I don't think this is the way to do it, right? We need to find a way to get that access, at least in a way that is open only to the fire service and maybe the police service, emergency responders. But to give up part of our parkland to get it, even though it would be nice to have a developer pay for it, right? Giving up such beloved parkland is not the right way to do it. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for raising this issue tonight. I think we all know this has been a topic of great interest for those on Goat Hill and those on the northern side of the park on Finn Hill. Been getting a lot of communication about it and really do appreciate hearing from everyone. So I too, agree with Councilmember Nixon. I mean, we definitely have a need for emergency access road to the top of Goat Hill. But the question is really where, and I know when we adopted the transportation connections map more than 2 years ago, I believe, we did call for a study of looking at a whole range of different options and connections. That study has not been completed yet, and I know that that's in kind of the future work plan, but I still see that as something that needs to be done. But after walking this with the neighbors, this is more than a road. I mean, this is a swath through the park that would impact wildlife, water runoff, trees, open space, slope stability. it would require regrading of that entire western part of the park. That would fundamentally just change the character and the landscape. And I'm really proud of the city. We've made a lot of focused investments there around Juanita Heights Park, doubling it in size and continuing to restore the park and its natural vegetation. So, devoting land to the road would just be contrary to all our previous actions. And so I very much support this motion. And thank you again for bringing it forward tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't repeat everything that's been said, but I will obviously be supporting this motion since I seconded it. That should be clear. But I think it's, well, first I want to thank the neighbors who invited each of us out there to show us firsthand your concerns and walk us through. That is a lot of work to organize, to reach out to city council and city staff, to reach out to your neighbors, to organize folks to share, take time out of your day to email us, to walk with us. And you did more than one of those walks in order to accommodate the schedules of all the different council members. So thank you for doing that. Your advocacy means so much. A similar type of advocacy is what got me involved in city government. So I'm really thankful for people who are willing to reach out and say, hey, I have a concern and I want to show you firsthand. I think that's something that's really meaningful. So just can't say enough thank you for that. I agree. This is something where I don't want to set a dangerous. I don't want to set a precedent that we have efforts to preserve green space and to increase our park space, but then we are willing to cut into it for a developer or for a road. I don't think that's a precedent we want to set. And also specifically in this case, this is a beautiful piece of land. I agree with my fellow council members. We do need to figure out access road to this section of Goat Hill, but this is not the right place to do it. And thank you again, neighbors, for showing us that that is not the right place to do it.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for bringing this up. I'm just going to keep this really short. I really, I do agree with everything that's been said by Councilmember Falcone, Councilmember Pascal, and Councilmember Nixon about this issue. It's not easy, but just underscore what they said. The only thing I'll disagree with is Councilmember Pascal said the city has committed to this park and doubled it in size. The city has actually tripled this park in size since it took over the park in 2011. So, I do want our neighbors, especially those in Finn Hill and Goat Hill, to know that this council and prior councils have really shown a commitment to this park. And that hasn't really changed. And I think that's what we're saying today, is that commitment to this park hasn't changed. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Save trees, save park space.
Thank you. Question is on the motion that the City Council formally express its policy view that if a complete building permit application for a Goat Hill development were to be filed, that would not be approved under the city's current zoning code development regulations unless a new access road also were to be built, and which road would require the city to also make a voluntary discretionary decision to dedicate a portion of Juanita Heights Park property for public roadway purposes. The council would not support such a dedication of parks property. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, City Attorney. And with that, I believe we will now go into executive session to discuss litigation and potential litigation and to discuss the performance of a public employee. We will go from there to a closed session to discuss collective bargaining. We will expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately, what's your guess?
I would say 30 minutes.
Approximately 11 o'clock or 30 minutes.
Madam Mayor, before we adjourn, we did skip the city manager report.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you. Nothing to report today, but I did want to see if anyone had any calendar suggestions or updates.
I think we've done enough.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Move on to the session.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
I think it would be worthwhile to clarify that when we reconvene in 30 minutes, it would be solely for the purpose of adjournment.
Thank you for that. Yes. Okay, we are adjourned, or not adjourned. We are going to adjourn in half an hour.
So Councilmember Pascal and Amy, you should have another link to go to, so you'll be able to